The Isle of Wight County School Board is now in session. Today is Thursday, March 12, 2026. We are at Westside Elementary School at 800 West Main Street in Smithfield, Virginia, and we are preparing students for college, career, and life. Madam Clerk, please conduct a roll call.
Mrs. Perkins?
Here.
Mr. Wooster?
Here.
Mr. Marsh?
Here.
Mr. Ford?
Here.
And Mr. Colick?
Here. Next, we have the approval of the agenda or amendments for closed session.
I move to approve the agenda for closed session to add discussion and consideration of specific candidates for a central office position and approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Madam Clerk?
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
Mr. Marsh?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
And Mr. Colick?
Yes. Next, the approval of the agenda or amendments for open session.
I move to amend the agenda to add approval of the FY 2027 budget and approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will take the vote.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
Mr. Marsh?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
And Mr. Colick?
Yes. And next, I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session.
I move to go into closed session to review the personnel report posted on board docs under Personnel tab number 18.1 as authorized by VA Code 2.2-3711A1 for purposes of discussion and consideration of prospective candidates of Isle of Wight Public Schools for employment, contract changes, transfers, salary adjustments, supplemental contracts, deletions, supplemental pay, resignations of Isle of Wight County Public Schools employees, and to discuss a matter involving one exchange student that would involve the disclosure of information contained in a scholastic record concerning students as authorized by VA Code 2.2-3711A2.
Did you get that one?
No, I didn't get that one. And to discuss and consider specific candidates. I did get this middle one. Yep.
Oh, you did?
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will take the vote.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
Mr. Marsh?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
And Mr. Colick?
Yes. And Madam Clerk, do we have anyone that's requesting to speak in closed session?
No, sir.
Okay. And the board will go into closed session. Yeah.
Okay.
So we're going to have a motion to amend the motion to go into closed session.
I move to amend the motion to discuss and consider specific candidates for a central office position as authorized by VA Code 2.2-3711A1.
Second.
Okay, a motion is second. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will take the vote.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
Mr. Marsh?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
And Mr. Colick?
Yes. Now we will go back into closed session. We're going to come back into open session. This is more administrative in nature, so we are going to re-amend the motion to go into closed session.
I move to amend the agenda for closed session to add discussion and consideration of specific candidates for a central office position and approve the agenda as amended. Gotcha. I move to go into closed session to review the personnel report posted on Board Docs under Personnel tab number 18.1 as authorized by Virginia Code 2.2-3711A1 for purposes of discussion and consideration of prospective candidates of Isle of Wight Public Schools for employment, contract changes, transfers, salary adjustments, supplemental contracts, deletions, supplemental pay, resignations of Isle of Wight County Public Schools employees, and to discuss and consider specific candidates for a central office position as authorized by VA Code 2.2-3711A1 to discuss a matter involving one exchange student that would involve the disclosure of information contained in a scholastic record concerning students as authorized by VA Code 2.2-3711A2.
Second.
We have the motion and a second. Madam Clerk.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
Mr. Marsh?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
And Mr. Colick?
Yes. Now we will go into closed session. The Isle of Wight County School Board is back in session. We'll have the certification of the resolution of compliance.
I move that the closed meeting was conducted in conformity with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act as required by Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia, and certify that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements were discussed, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
Mr. Marsh?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
And Mr. Colick?
Yes. And the Vice Chair will lead the moment of silence and a pledge of allegiance.
Could we stand for the moment of silence? And now for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And good evening. I want to welcome everyone. It looks like we've got a pretty full house. We've got a very full agenda, so I'm not going to, say much tonight except that Ms. Briggs, we are ready for the Isle of Wight Achievers.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And Dr. Coleman, I believe, is going to come up and help me up here. So we'll have him come up. Let me just announce the vision for Isle of Wight County Schools is to create a learning environment that will enable every child to discover his or her unique gifts and talents. The Isle of Wight Achiever section of our board meeting gives us an opportunity to recognize and celebrate our students and staff for their unique talents and gifts. So to kind of give the logistics of how we're going to do this, our achievers should already have their certificates. Those that are getting plaques will get those when they come up. So when I call your name, you're going to come up with your certificate, and Dr. Coleman is going to present you with an achiever's pin. We're going to ask you for tonight to line up facing our school board and members on the stage. After we get your whole group up here, then we are going to have your group go to the backdrop, and Mr. David Elliott will come down and take a photo of the group. And family members that are here, that is the perfect time for you to come up and grab a photo as well. We expect that, so we are prepared for you to come up and take photos. So without further ado, we have quite a few achievers tonight. In particular, we're recognizing several of our Beta Club students, and because we had so many achievers, we are focusing on the Smithfield High, Smithfield Middle, West Side, and Hardy students in the March meeting. We will be doing recognitions for Windsor High, Georgie Tyler, Carsville, and Windsor Elementary in our April meeting. So this is just half of our division here tonight. They were very successful at the Beta Convention. So we are going to recognize the students who earned top honors at the 2026 Virginia State Beta Convention. These students competed against some of the best from across the Commonwealth and represented our division with excellence, creativity, and determination. And we're going to start off with Smithfield High School. The sponsor is Zachary Kempf. And we had second place, Marketing and Communications. We had Anthony Harkins, Emma Maddie, Destiny Kelso Brown, and Deanna Liang. Once again, they took second place in Marketing and Communications. Yay. And first place, Division II Speech, our very own Cameron Hicks. So we'll have Cameron come on down and join the group. And we're going to ask you guys to come over here to the backdrop. And Mr. Elmore, thank you for being here tonight to represent Mr. Kemp, who wasn't able to join us. So y'all go to the backdrop, and we'll have Mr. Elliott get a photo. And for those of you that may not know, while Mr. Elliott's getting the photo, Cameron Hicks is our student liaison from Smithville High School for the school board, while Cole Mumford is our student liaison from Windsor High for the school board. So if you're wondering why they're sitting up there with the board members, they're representing their schools. So congratulations once again to Smithville High. Next, we have Smithville Middle School. Our sponsors for the Beta Club at Smithville Middle: Amanda Browder, Rebecca Cox, Jackie Stevenson, Elizabeth Tisdale, and Ryan Nance. If you folks will come on up and get your pen. And we're going to help you, we're going to have you help us to wrangle all of these honorees from Smithville Middle. So students, when you hear your name, come on up, bring your certificate, see Dr. Coleman, and you can line up here with your sponsors. Third place in Scrapbook Junior Division, we have Grace Wigginton, Carson Albers, and Ella Williams. Third place Technology Junior, Carter Hickerson, Owen Zwick, Elijah Cuevas, Skylar Harris, Peyton Bloodgood. Third place Performing Arts Junior Small Group, Alice Thompson, Allie Thompson, Tatum McLean, Trinity Henderson, Evelyn Skinner. Second place Cake Decorating. I love this category. You can make a mistake and enjoy it. I just love it. Cake Decorating, Emma Garner. Congratulations, Emma. Second place, Campaign Skit Junior Division, Alice Thompson, Allie Thompson, Sadie Camper, Grace Wigginton, Sabra Gardner, Silas Scarata, Evelyn Skinner, and Addison Robinson. Second place, On-Site Art Painting Junior, Sabra Gardner. Yay. You're going to hear some names more than once because several of these students were in multiple categories and placed in multiple categories. Second place, Pottery Junior, Matthew Goodwin. Second place, Quiz Bowl Junior, the team of Vaughn Moody, captain, Matthew Matson, Silas Scariata, and Ori Brown. All right, let's see. Second place, U.S. History 8, Carter Hickerson. I think Carter's up here already. Yep. First place, Accessorized Design Junior, Addison Robinson, Tiana Parker, and Emily Meyer. First place, Math 8, Cassidy Long. First place, Digital Art Junior, Gabrielle Major, and this is the second year in a row Gabrielle has placed first in digital art. Very good. Okay, I think a couple of these folks are already up here. First place, Science 7, Ori Brown. Very good, Ori. First place, Social Studies 8, Silas Scarata. Let's see, first place, Performing Arts Junior Small Group Finals, Alice Thompson, Allie Thompson, Tatum McLean, Trinity Henderson, Evelyn Skinner. And we also want to recognize Lexi Campbell. Has Lexi come up yet? Is Lexi here? Oh, she's not here. All right, that's okay. Lexi Campbell was elected the Virginia State Vice President, which makes the second year in a row the state vice president has been from Smithfield Middle School. Very good. So we extend a huge congratulations to our Smithfield Middle Beta students and sponsors. And we're going to have you come over to the backdrop for a photo, okay? So go that way to Mr. Elliott. And if you just do exactly what Mr. Elliott says, it's going to go really quick. And families, don't forget, this is the time when you can please hop up to get a photo. Just ask that if you will stand behind Mr. Elliott so you're not part of the photo. Wow. I know why y'all placed. You follow direction very well. You did. Right. I mean, right in line. All right. Did all family members get a photo? Speak now. Once we release them, there's no getting them back. All right, we're going to consider that done. So congratulations once again, Smithville Middle. Nice job. Now we're going to recognize our students from Westside Elementary. Our Westside sponsors are Shay Wilde, Meredith Hilliard, and Amanda Hickerson. So if you are here, please come on up. And we're going to go ahead and get started with the students from the elementary club, because Westside, the 6th graders are junior. So 4th and 5th are elementary. From elementary, 3rd place in creative writing is Izzy Balance. Izzy, come on up. 3rd place in the book battle, Gabriel Denny, Bryce Parsons, Brandon Gardner, and Jared Blunt. Third place in musicology, Cooper Barnes, Bryce Parsons, Anna Gies, and Jackson Gray. Third place, Quiz Bowl, Lane Fleming, Grayson Parks, Brandon Gardner, Bryce Parsons. Third place, Digital Portfolio, Cameron Peel. And Cameron got 3rd place in on-site drawing. Second place, Marketing and Communications, Amani Stokes, Anna Gies, Reagan Williams, and Audrey Jedlowski. Second place, Solo Dancer and Premier Performer, Tolson Legg. First place, 5th grade math, Bryce Parsons, who I believe is up here already. Congratulations, Bryce. Yep. First place, 5th grade language arts, Gabriel Denny. First place speech, Jared Blunt, who's already up here as well. Congratulations, Jared. And first place digital art, Jackson Gray. Way to go, Jackson. All right. Now, I'm going to look at the sponsors. This is your elementary group. Do you want to do a photo with them? And then, yes, okay. So, elementary group, congratulations. If you'll go over there with Mr. Elliott, we'll get a picture of the elementary group. And then we're going to have the sponsors. You guys come on over for the photo. Yep, come on. And then we're going to have you pop back over there for our junior group. Hi. Oh my! Oh, he was the second year, winning first place in speech. I've just been informed that this is the second year in a row Jared Blunt won first place in speech. So, yes. And since I know his parents, I'm going to say that. So. Yeah, make sure they can see your face. Cameron, down a little bit more, sweetheart. There you go. Oh, yes. Your parents want to see your face. Look at that. Oh, that's adorable. It is. They are adorable. Congratulations, you're free to go. Yay, nicely done. Good job. Woo, good job. Good job. Good job, good job, good job. Yes.
second year, Jackson got first place as well.
And because I know his dad, second year Jackson got first place as well. Yay. So if I missed anyone, you know how to find me if I missed anyone. Okay, now we're going to do the junior club. All right, junior club. Third place, U.S. History, 6th grade, Annie Kate Hickerson. Way to go, Annie Kate. And Annie Kate also got third place in speech. Good heavens, she was busy. Third place, two-dimensional design, Aaron Wight. Very good. Third place, trading pins. That sounds cool. Ivy Cole and Pippa Powell. Third place, on-site drawing, Ivy Cole. Yes. And the dynamic duo of Ivy Cole and Pippa Powell got second place in 3D design. Wow. First place, social studies, 6th grade, Max Christensen. First place, computer science, 6th grade, Henry Browder. First place, Spanish, 6th grade, Sophia Pohe. First place, health and PE, 6th grade, Nico Mobley. All right, first place, living literature. Some of them are already up here, but if you bear with me, let me get through all the names. Pippa Powell, Sophia Pohe, Catherine Hornback, Adeline Savage, Sophia Everson, Lucy Roundtree, and Riley Jocelyn. Congratulations. Did I get that right? Oh, yay. First place, quilling, Sophia Pohe. And I think that's all of our West Side. Did I miss anybody? No? I got everybody? Well, congratulations, junior group from West Side. Way to go. Let's come over here and we'll get a photo with you guys. And I learned a new word, quilling, and is that folding the paper? Folding paper to make a picture out of it. I thought they meant to type quilting, and I was corrected. It's folding paper to make a picture, quilling. So today you learned what quilling is. All right. And once again, family members, this is the time to get your photo. Come on up. Yep. Oh, wait, back up a minute. Back up a minute. There we go. There we go. All right. And we're getting ready now to do Hardy Elementary. Congratulations, West Side. Nicely done. Nicely done. All right, from Hardy, our sponsors, Heather Stafford, Anne Marie Worrell, Jasmine Sabine, Morgan McGrath. Okay. And I know they're coming up. Did I say Sabine or Sabian? Sabian. Oh. Jasmine Sabian. My apologies. Third place, living literature. And let me read all the names first. Lucy Pohe, Aurora Giordano, Aspen Smith, John Peavy, and Ruby Brown. Third place, trading pins, Aspen Smith, Aurora Giordano, and Jeffrey Wilda, who was a club leader. They were club leaders. The entire club contributed. Yep. Third place, apparel design, Aspen Smith, Lucy Pohe, Jeffrey Wilda. They were the club leaders. Once again, the entire club contributed. Second place, 4th grade Spanish, and second place, elementary speech, Lucy Pohe. Second place, digital portfolio. We've got a couple names here. Grant Tillman, Eric Tenney, Lucy Pohe, Aurora Giordano. First place, 4th grade, language arts, Malcolm Hughes. And first place, performing arts dance duo, Caroline Joyner and Margaret Peavy. And they received a golden ticket, which means they will be going to the national convention to perform during the opening session. That's awesome. Where is that? Where is it going to be? In Atlanta again? In Atlanta? Oh, and that will be in Nashville. That's pretty cool. So please join me in congratulating all of our Beta Convention winners from Hardy Elementary. Nicely done. So we're going to have you come over here to the backdrop. And you guys are wearing your Beta shirts. Awesome. Mr. Elliott's going to get a photo. Family members, once again, this is the time to come up. All right, family members? All right. Are you done? Congratulations once again. I think we got all our photos for Hardy. Congratulations. Nicely done. And a big thank you to all the students and parents and friends and family members who came out to support them tonight. I know the weather was a little sketchy, so we appreciate you being here. We are going to move on to our Seniors of the Month, and we actually are backtracking to February to recognize our Windsor High Seniors of the Month from February because they had a commitment the same night as our February board meeting. So at this time, I'd like to introduce the Senior of the Month for February from Windsor High School, Lana Janis. So Lana's going to come up. And Lana, I'm going to have you stand right in front facing the board while I read all this wonderful stuff about you. Lana Janis stands out for exceptional balance of academic excellence, leadership, and sustained service. She demonstrates strong performance across all subject areas, pairing intellectual curiosity with collaboration and initiative as a group leader in the classroom. Her consistent work ethic, resilience, and thoughtful engagement reflect a student who not only excels academically, but also elevates the learning environment for those around her. Beyond academics, Lana's long-term commitment to leadership highlights her reliability and dedication to her school community. She has served as SGA Vice President for 4 years, cheer captain, and an active member of numerous academic and service organizations. Whether leading peers, supporting teammates, or contributing behind the scenes, Lana approaches every role with maturity, loyalty, and a genuine desire to serve. Her steady presence and positive influence have made a lasting impact throughout her high school career. Quote, "From the moment I taught her in honors earth science, it was clear that she is a student of rare character and drive. She brings passion, resilience, and leadership into everything she does, whether leading a group in the classroom, balancing rigorous academics with countless extracurricular commitments, or serving her community. She is the kind of student who steps up without being asked, supports others quietly and consistently, and uses challenges as motivation rather than excuses. It has been a privilege to watch her grow into a confident, compassionate leader, and I have no doubt she will continue to make a positive impact wherever she goes." And that's from Ms. McManaway, science teacher. After graduation, Lana plans to attend Virginia Tech in the fall, where she hopes to major in communications. Oh, I love it. Congratulations. Congratulations. So Lana will have you come over here to get your photo. Are we good? Oh, we all good? Okay, congratulations once again, and thanks for coming tonight. All right. All right, now we're going to move on to our March Seniors of the Month. And the Senior of the Month for March from Windsor High School is Keeliel Bozeman. Is Keeliel here? Oh, we don't see Keeliel? Okay. Well, I tell you what, let me go ahead and read her nomination, and we'll see if she can come in April. But Keeliel stands out as a student who seamlessly blends exceptional academic achievement with focused artistic dedication and personal discipline. She maintains outstanding performance in the classroom while meeting the rigorous demands of the Governor's School for the Arts. Her strengths in English and history highlight her analytical thinking and communication skills, and she approaches every challenge with thoughtful reflection. Beyond academics, Keeliel demonstrates leadership and responsibility within her artistic community as a member of the National Arts Honor Society and treasurer for the 25-26 school year. School counselor Ann Fike shared her long-term goal of becoming a pediatrician speaks to her desire to serve others, and her disciplined study habits and quiet strength position her well for success in a rigorous pre-med chemistry program. Keeliel plans on attending Old Dominion University in the fall with the hopes to bridge to Eastern Virginia Medical School to major in medicine, and we wish her well. We hope to see her in April. Congratulations. Okay. And our Smithfield High Senior of the Month for March is Cameron Hicks. Cameron exemplifies excellence in every arena she enters, pairing sustained academic discipline with intellectual curiosity and a strong internal drive to succeed. Her high level of achievement reflects focus, resilience, and a deep commitment to performing at her very best. Beyond her academic accomplishments, Cameron represents Smithfield High School with passion, elegance, and professionalism, serving as a role model for her peers. Her ability to balance rigorous coursework with high-level extracurricular involvement demonstrates maturity and time management skills well beyond her years. Cameron's impact is especially evident through her dedication to Beta Club. She's competed at the Beta State Convention, as we know, for 2 consecutive years, earning exceptional scores each time. Cameron not only achieves at a high level, she raises the standards of excellence within the school community and embodies what it means to lead through both character and accomplishment. Quote, Cameron Hicks represents every single facet of what it means to be a Smithfield Packer. Her commitment to this academic community is visible in all that she says and does. I am proud to call her a member of Beta and hope that she inspires others throughout her life in the manner that she does at school. And that's from Mr. Kempf, history teacher and Beta Club sponsor. Cameron plans to attend William and Mary this fall. Congratulations, Cameron. We are so proud of her. Oh, wait, we got don't. Now you know. Are we good? All good? Congratulations, Cameron. All right, we have one more. Very important. We have an ABCD award to give out. So each quarter, I Love Wight County Schools recognizes a support staff member who has truly gone above and beyond the call of duty through our ABCD award. Nominations are submitted from across the division and reviewed by a panel that selects the quarterly recipient. For the 25-26 third quarter, we are proud to recognize Ms. Lori Lipford, Vision and Hearing Instructional Assistant. Come on up, Ms. Lipford. That goes for her. Mm-hmm. And we're going to have Ms. Lipford stand up here while I read these wonderful things about her. Ms. Lipford exemplifies the very spirit of this award. She demonstrates an unwavering commitment to student success, working each day to ensure her students have the tools, encouragement, and individualized support they need to thrive. She is proactive in identifying student needs, collaborating with teachers and staff, and helping create a positive, inclusive learning environment. Her compassion, strong work ethic, and dedication make her an invaluable part of the Smithfield Middle School community. Beyond her direct work with students, Mrs. Lipford's leadership extends throughout the school and broader community. She's an active volunteer with the PTA, a dedicated supporter of the Isle of Wight County Education Foundation, and a valued member of the Smithfield Middle Hospitality Committee. Whether strengthening school community partnerships or lifting staff morale, often by sharing homemade treats, she consistently looks for ways to serve others and foster connection. Mrs. Lipford's collaborative spirit, focus on students, and genuine kindness make her an outstanding ambassador for Smithfield Middle School and Isle of Wight County Schools. She truly embodies what it means to go above and beyond. And as part of this recognition, Mrs. Lipford is receiving a $50 Visa gift card generously provided by our community partner, the Women's Club of Smithfield, as well as a personalized plaque created in the Smithfield High School Makerspace. Please join us in congratulating Mrs. Lori Lipford on this well-deserved honor. Yay! And once again, if there are any family members that want to hop up and take a photo, and we will be posting these on social media in the next couple of weeks. So as Mr. Elliott finishes up his photos, I will tell you that's going to conclude our Isle of Wight Achievers. Once again, congratulations to all of our honorees. Thanks to those who came out to support them. And thank you, board, for indulging us in the numerous ones we had tonight, but it's a good issue to have.
Give everybody just a minute. Okay, next we're going to have Smithfield Middle School's Ion Instruction.
Test.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Colick, board members, and Dr. Kramer. My name is Tatum Rainey, and these are my classmates. In 8th grade English, while reading and analyzing The Giver, we participated in The Great Listen, a national movement where students interview elders and preserve their stories. Tonight, we want to show you how this project represents deeper learning and student ownership in action.
As we read The Giver, we explored the question, what is the role of memory in shaping identity? In the novel, memories are removed to eliminate pain and difference. That made us wonder, what would happen if we lost our memories too? To explore that question beyond the novel, we turned to our own families and community. My friend isn't here, so I will be reading her part. In this project, we conducted primary source research by interviewing grandparents, parents, and mentors. We developed our own questions as follow-up questions and just really listened. Then we wrote reflections analyzing on how life experiences shape identity, just like we analyze characters in the novel.
Finally, we created a playlist to share our community stories and upload them to StoryCorps. The recordings are collected and stored in the United States Library of Congress for many future generations to enjoy.
This wasn't just an assignment. It allowed us to engage authentically with literacy and create something meaningful.
In the novel, The Giver, the community removes memory in order to eliminate pain and difference. In this world, only 2 people are allowed access to the memories of the past, the giver and our protagonist, Jonas, the receiver. In this world, oh, whoa, I just repeated the same word. As we analyze the novel, we ask ourselves, what happens to identity when memory is taken away? This question led us directly into our interviews. This project, oh boy, this project allowed us to think critically, communicate effectively, and make real-world connections. We weren't simply reading about history, but preserving it. That was terrible.
We own the process of learning through shaping our questions and highlighting the stories that resonated most with us.
I chose to interview my grandfather. Afterwards, I reflected. Memory is important because it holds our past and makes us who we are. During the interview, I learned about his first job in a steel mill and how his house had been robbed when he was young.
I interviewed my mom, and I learned the details of how she immigrated to America alone as an exchange student. I reflected that without memory, we wouldn't understand sacrifice, resilience, and growth. In the novel, the community avoids hardship by erasing memory. In our world, we saw memory gives life meaning.
This project wasn't just about learning other stories. It was about growing ourselves. I chose to interview my dad, a fighter pilot. I reflected not only on what I learned about him, but also on my own growth. I realized I sometimes assumed I knew what he would say and moved too quickly through topics. I learned that good interviewing skills come from respect, curiosity, and patience.
My friend Kinley is not here today, so I will be reading for her. She interviewed her 70-year-old grandmother. Her grandmother commented on what great questions she was asking, and you can hear the connections that she makes between her grandmother's story about the Dust Bowl and what she learned in her history class. If you're interested in hearing this interview or any of the others mentioned here, click on the blue link. Isle of Wight County Schools strive to challenge and empower students through deeper learning and literacy. This project did exactly that. We strengthened our speaking, listening, writing, and research skills. But more importantly, we strengthened our relationships. We didn't just complete an assignment, we preserved history. We deepened our identity. We connected generations. Authentic literacy builds connection, identity, and academic rigor. While Jonas carried the memories of his community alone, we chose to preserve the memories of ours together. Thank you. What questions do you have for us?
a lot. That's a lot. One thing that resonates with you from your interview, anybody? One thing that really stands out from the interview? Yes.
This assignment really stood out to me because I've always been interested in my family's history, but I never really had time to ask my family about it. So when I heard about this assignment come up in my English class, I felt like what Kinsley had said, I was preserving history by asking my dad about how he immigrated to America from Italy and how he experienced life having to learn a new language. And I felt like it really stuck out to me because, I mean, it's just really awesome how learning our parents' identities and history and preserving it. So, yeah.
Anybody else?
I feel like a lot of people take their parents' history for granted, and this project really helped develop students and grow as individuals and not just saying, oh, this doesn't matter. And like similar to Alex said, it's really key to have patience and a lot of curiosity and learn just to develop yourself as a person and a person who's being educated.
A quick question. How has this project helped you guys think about preserving your memories moving forward?
I like thinking about it now. I really want to try and remember things from my childhood and the way I grew up. So if my child wants to, ask a question about this or have an assignment like this one, I can answer it and I can be honest and truthful and clear about my answers.
Oh, that was very nice. Thank you. And Madam Clerk, do we have anyone that's going to request to speak tonight?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
In accordance to policy BDDH-E, presentation of information on any subject will be concluded at the discretion of the board. No person will be recognized to speak more than once. Citizens scheduled on the agenda to speak will be permitted 4 minutes maximum time for their presentation. Delegations will be requested to limit their speakers to 2. Persons speaking are asked to be specific, state the issues for the board's consideration, and attach a copy of your prepared remarks. If you have prepared remarks, they should be given to the board clerk. Please do not approach the board members. Any matter relating to specific students will be heard by the school board only in a closed meeting. And first, we have Jessica Brannon.
Thank you. What's that? Good. Okay.
Good evening, school board members, Dr. Kramer, student liaisons. Thank you for your time and for your service to our school district. My name is Jessica Brannon. I teach at Windsor High School. I've been an educator for over a decade, 7 of those years here at IWCS. I was honored to serve as Teacher of the Year in 2019-2020, and I currently serve on the Employee Advisory Council. I sponsor Student Government, Booster Club, Duke Academy, and serve on the School Improvement and Leadership teams. I share this not to list accomplishments, but to establish this. I am deeply invested in our schools, and I'm here tonight for our students and for our staff. Let me begin by asking a simple request, one that teachers are often asked to reflect on. Remember your why. Why did you run for this position? Why did you choose to serve this board? I hope your answer is the same as ours, to serve our children and to make IWCS the very best it can be. That why must guide every decision, especially this one. The need for increased funding is not a matter of opinion. The data speaks clearly. The question before us is not whether the need exists, but whether the need for us to act boldly enough to meet it. I am asking you tonight to do two things: to vote yes on increased funding and to advocate passionately and persistently with our Board of Supervisors. Your support is the first and most crucial step. Without it, meaningful change cannot happen. Let me offer an analogy. IWCS is a growing family living in a one-bedroom home. The family has grown, the roof is leaking, there's mold in the walls, repairs are overdue, and while the family is financially stable, most of the budget is allocated elsewhere. At some point, that family must reassess its priorities. They must decide that a safe, functional home is not an option, it's foundational. That is where we are. According to state data, we have the 4th highest local composite index in our region, essentially one of the wealthiest localities in our area, yet we remain one of the lowest paying districts. While many districts allocate 40 to 45% of their local budgets to our schools, our allocation has hovered closer to 30% for years. A shift in 30 to 35% would generate nearly $5 million additional dollars to our schools. A 5% adjustment, millions for our students. This is not impossible. It's a matter of priority. The community understands this. A recent poll showed overwhelming support for increasing teacher pay. People recognize that strong schools strengthen property values, attract families, sustain communities. When we invest in educators, we invest in our children. And when we invest in our children, we invest in our future. But salaries are only the beginning. Stipends for extracurricular activities have not increased in nearly a decade. It grows harder each year to find coaches and sponsors. Substitute pay is one of the lowest in the area, leaving teachers to cover additional classes during their planning periods. Maintenance staff have been reduced while building needs continue to grow. We're asked to choose between HVAC systems and bus garages as if both are not essential. And we're beyond half measures. Incremental change will not stop the bleeding. Partial raises, temporary fixes, and postponed maintenance does not only bandages the system that needs structural support. Our schools are performing. Windsor High School was ranked 2nd in our region and 19th in the state based on accreditation scores. We're doing extraordinary work, but dedication doesn't pay the mortgage. Passion does not cover rising grocery bills, and excellence alone does not retain educators. We have great schools because of great people. The question before us is whether we will sustain greatness or slowly allow it to erode. If we do not make significant changes now, we will continue to lose talented staff, programs will shrink, facilities will decline, and ultimately, students will feel the impact. Remember your why, because the staff and the students, we never forget. Thank you.
Greg Brown.
I'm not touching that. All right. Good evening, board members, Dr. Kramer, ladies and gentlemen. I want to speak about the proposed budget, but first I need to briefly address the recent protest at Smithfield High School. Specifically, I need to express my disappointment in the reaction of some school board members to that protest. Our slogan for Isle of Wight schools is preparing students to be college, career, and life ready. Political and civic engagement is undoubtedly a part of life, and an important part. Yet, in our recent county elections last year, 2 of the 5 offices only had 1 candidate running for them, and 1 office had no candidates running for them until Mr. Ford bravely stepped up and put his name in. Many of our local civic and volunteer organizations continually struggle to find enough committed people to do all the work necessary. And you can find a new article every day bemoaning how our children are checked out of real life and buried in their smartphones. And yet, when we have a number of students who are obviously paying attention to the world around them and are willing to step up and express their opinion in the real world, the first instinct some of you have is to hammer them down as hard as you can. How can we expect our young people to develop into informed and active citizens if we threaten to punish them the first time they express their views? I completely understand that your personal political opinions may be diametrically opposed to the views expressed in the protest. However, attempting to use your public office to silence their voices only makes you look insecure and demeans your office that you hold. Do better. Finally, I do not know what went on in the board's closed session immediately after that protest, but I do know that shortly after that meeting, Dr. Kramer announced that he will not be returning next year. If your words and actions have contributed to Dr. Kramer's decision to leave, then you have imposed an unnecessary burden on the citizens of Isle of Wight County and been highly unappreciative of all the good that Dr. Kramer has done here. Dr. Kramer inherited a school system with a sizable budget deficit and with crumbling infrastructure. In his time here, he has, with your support, balanced the budget and made major progress in getting our list of infrastructure needs whittled down. He has also gone above and beyond to communicate with and listen to students, teachers, and parents of Isle of Wight County. He will be missed and he will be very difficult to replace. Dr. Kramer, thank you. Turning towards an issue that we likely agree on, I was very heartened to hear in the work session last week that our school board supports the proposed budget, including the requested additional funds for teacher and staff pay increases. The slides showing the historical funding data were eye-opening for me, especially the dramatic decrease in local funding during the COVID pandemic. Ideally, at that time, we would have used the increased federal funding to free up local funds and work on the massive backlog of capital improvements that were desperately needed. Since we as a county did not do that, we got to the position we're in now, where we have pressing needs in both the capital improvement and human capital areas. I would like to thank the superintendent, his staff, and the members of the board for all the work they have done in trying to meet all of these needs, and ask that you unanimously support the proposed budget and advocate for it to the Board of Supervisors. Finally, I want to ask that as we go through making difficult decisions about how to divvy up funding, we don't cut out the things that make learning fun. Field trips, the Gifted and Talented Night, before and after school clubs like Beta, and the Gifted STEAM Day, those are the things that make kids excited to go to school. Let's make sure that we leave room in the budget for items like these. And to correct the record, also second year in a row, Ori Brown, first place in science.
Brooke Bond.
Good evening, Chair and members of the school board. My name is Brooke Bond. I'm a parent of 3 students in Isle of Wight County schools. I've got 2 here at Westside, and I've got 1 in kindergarten at Carrollton, and I serve on the executive board of the Westside PTA. Tonight, I am here to reiterate the urgency of approving the proposed school budget. Last week, we heard emotional and deeply personal accounts from teachers, staff, and families about the real challenges our schools are facing. Those stories were not exaggerations. They're the reality of what we're seeing in the classrooms every day. Dr. Kramer's proposed budget reflects the actual cost of educating students in Isle of Wight County, and it prioritizes the needs of our classrooms, our teachers, and our students. At the same time, the timing of Dr. Kramer's announcement that he will be stepping down raises concerns across our community. Since his appointment, many in this county have seen renewed momentum and forward progress within our schools. Dr. Kramer has built strong relationships with teachers, students, and family, and is widely respected throughout this division. Because of that, this sudden leadership change feels at odds with the progress our schools have been making, and has naturally led to the speculation that his decision may have been influenced by the reaction from some members of this board to the recent student demonstration at Smithfield High School. Regardless of whether that speculation proves to be accurate or not, it highlights the importance of transparency and ensuring that the focus of this board remains where it belongs, on the long-term success of our schools and the well-being of our students. Our community is paying close attention to the decisions being made and the priorities that they reflect. As this board begins the process of searching for a new superintendent, the community deserves clarity about the cost of that search. And if additional costs are incurred, those costs should be reflected in the proposed budget discussions. Teacher pay and proper funding for our classrooms should never be sacrificed because of this board's inability to retain a superintendent. Right now, the priority must remain where it belongs, funding the real needs of our schools and supporting the budget that reflects the true cost of educating the students of Isle of Wight County. Because at the end of the day, the students in our classroom cannot afford for the adults in this room to lose sight of what matters most. Thank you guys for your support in the budget, and thank you, Dr. Kramer.
Sarah Katowinski.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Katowinski, and I'm the parent of a child in a self-contained autism classroom in this district. I want to begin by briefly telling you about my son, Chip. Chip is 7 years old. He has level 3 nonverbal autism, ADHD, sensory processing disorder, expressive and receptive language challenges, and is yet to be toilet trained. Despite these challenges, he is full of personality. He loves to laugh, wrestle, be tickled, ride on swings, and anything that puts him in motion. He has even taught himself the ASL alphabet. Chip was diagnosed at 18 months old, began therapy shortly after. What I learned through those early years is something incredibly important. Even though Chip has a much harder time learning and understanding the world around him, he can learn with the right supports. Supporting him now is critical because one day he will not be a small child. He will be a full-grown adult with level 3 autism. The skills and safety we help him build today will shape the rest of his life and the caregivers who will work with him for the rest of his life. That brings me to my concern tonight, staffing in self-contained special education classrooms. Under federal law, the free appropriate public education schools must provide the services necessary for children with disabilities to make meaningful educational progress. Virginia regulations establish minimum staffing ratios, not recommended ones. They state autism classrooms may have 1 teacher for every 6 students and 1 teacher and 1 paraprofessional for up to 8 students. However, that ratio assumes that paraprofessional is assigned to that classroom full-time, actively supporting in instruction and supervision. In reality, many students in these classrooms require support throughout the day, like toileting assistance, hygiene care, and behavioral de-escalation. When an instructional assistant is pulled away to provide necessary supports, the classroom can effectively become 1 adult supervising 7 or more students. The Virginia Administration Code requires school divisions to provide sufficient staffing to ensure each student's IEP can be implemented. If students' needs require more support, staffing must reflect that. As of this morning, I understand that across the district there are 26 self-contained special education classrooms, and only 8 of those classrooms currently have 2 instructional assistants. That's 18 classrooms with up to 8 children operating with only 2 adults. That's 144 children in this district. While those numbers may technically meet minimum ratios, they do not always reflect the complexity of the needs in these classrooms. I fully recognize that the school districts operate under tight budgets and difficult staffing realities, and I appreciate the work being done to support these students.
1 minute.
Because of that, I would respectfully encourage the district to move toward a model where self-contained classrooms are staffed with at least 2 instructional assistants. I would also encourage a review that looks at the actual support needs of the students in these classrooms, how often the staff must leave instruction for toileting or crisis support, how much instructional time is lost when only 1 adult is available, and whether current staffing models reflect the real demands placed on these teachers and classrooms. Children like Chip deserve classrooms where they can learn safely and meaningfully, and educators working with them deserve an environment where they have the capacity to teach, not just the capacity to manage. because adequate staffing is not just about compliance, it's about safety, dignity, and the ability of every student to truly learn. Thank you.
Dan Elmore.
Dr. Kramer, Mr. Colick, members of the school board, my name is Dan Elmore, and I'm a career switcher in my third year teaching Virginia U.S. History and AP U.S. History at Smithfield High School. I've been mentored by many great educators, including Matt Ployd. We lost him a year ago, almost, but his podium sits in my classroom next to my desk, and he's been urging me to speak up tonight. First, I want to thank the board members present last week for supporting Dr. Kramer's proposed budget and teacher salary increases, and I hope that that continues. Smithfield High has lost gifted, tenured teachers to neighboring divisions simply because those districts pay more and they respect teachers' planning time. Moreover, we know of colleagues in neighboring divisions with interest in transferring to Isle of Wight County schools, but are hesitant due to current salary disparities. Second, I rise to speak regarding the recent event at Smithfield High. On February 27th, our students organized a walkout protest. Rather than a chaotic event as at other schools on the news, our administration worked with student organizers to schedule it during Packer Block. It was handled quickly and efficiently. Students remained on premises and supervised. Teachers and staff neither encouraged nor discouraged student participation. The small group of students who behaved inappropriately have faced consequences consistent with school policy. For many of us, a perfect balance was struck. Students exercised their First Amendment rights in a safe environment with minimal disruption to instruction, exactly as set forth in the Tinker v. Des Moines Supreme Court decision. It is disheartening to see keyboard warriors on social media and even some board members questioning the motivations of our administration, teachers, and staff. It makes me wonder if the theme of the protest aligned more closely with your specific political views, would the criticism be this loud? It's a problem throughout our country. We can be better than that. A school board member once said, "Our positive culture keeps teachers here." But that culture is eroding. Questioning the integrity of teachers and staff without proof is at best unfair and counterproductive. For all the keyboard warriors out there, if we could really brainwash your children, it would be to get them to stop talking while we're talking, stay off of YouTube, and do their work in the time, that plenty of time that we give them to do it. And if you are so concerned about our schools, move beyond social media. Come, see the everyday wins.
1 minute.
Better yet, we always need substitute teachers. It's frustrating when board members show up for high-profile incidents, make decisions that directly impact classroom instruction, but are nowhere to be found during the small everyday wins and struggles of routine learning. Regarding the changes to policy JFBB for first review tonight, the timing suggests a knee-jerk reaction. We are majoring on the minors by over-legislating rare student expression, while pressing needs, like a reliable second copier for, the largest school in the division, or even adequate special education staffing, go unaddressed. Furthermore, I question the board's adherence to its own standards. Was the protocol followed for this procedure? And lastly, thank you to Dr. Kramer. You've shown you are for the success and safety of students, teachers, and staff. We wish you and your family every blessing. Thank you.
Reverend W.L. Williams.
That's just fine. I can be heard without it. Good afternoon, board's chair and members of our Isle of Wight County School Board and our current superintendent, Dr. Kramer. I'm going to try my best to stay with my script because I don't want to be ugly in any way. God's got me, and I'm better than that. I will not trouble your souls very long tonight. Just want to share with you an experience I witnessed when the racial makeup of the school board favored a particular group and the fear it can generate. A few years ago, many of you were not around then, maybe Mark was around at that time. But a few years ago, the Isle of Wight School Board consisted of a majority of African American black members, citizens of the county who were outstanding and honest and God-fearing people with no intention of doing wrong or harm to anyone. But systemic racism caused some of the community to think otherwise. So a wolf cry went out from the news media, led by the one and only Smithfield Times, that notified the majority in the community that we've got a majority of African American blacks on the school board. We'd better do something quickly to change it. Those who feared the board racial makeup feared losing their power, prestige, and privilege. So I'm not alarmed by the fact that this current school board is focused on maintaining a clear racial majority, rather than focusing on setting up a system to provide our children with a world-class, cutting-edge education for all students. I believe you are more concerned with maintaining the advantages that are given to you through power, prestige, and privilege, or privileges, sustained by systemic racism, which some of you call fair competition. I'm not at all surprised by the fact that some of our current school board members decided in December that they will not renew Dr. Kramer's contract in June. And I just bet you that they will find someone who look and think like they do to replace Dr. Kramer. And Brother Ford, watch out, because they're going to set you up to carry the motion. That's what a majority can do when they have an unfair advantage. Or how ignorancy can blind us to opportunity that perhaps may be good for all. You have the chance now to set up a system that will perhaps give all students a chance at a cutting-edge education. Someday, you're going to grow old as I am, and you're going to need a caretaker. And I just hope that caretaker who can't read, write, or know how to do math is
Thank
the
you,
one
Reverend Williams.
who
Your
you
time
had
has
to wait
expired,
on,
sir.
who has to give you your medicine. Think
Thank
about that.
Valerie Butler.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good evening, not afternoon. Chair John Collick, Vice Chair Jared Ford, and Superintendent Dr. Kramer and other school board members. I'm here tonight because of the forced resignation of Dr. Kramer. It raises serious concerns in this community. Dr. Kramer was not just another superintendent passing through. He was a leader who listened to teachers in the classroom, to students whose voices are too often overlooked, and to the community that depends on strong public schools. Under his leadership, this school division saw real progress, including meaningful fiscal improvement and a renewed sense that decisions were being made with students and staff in mind. But strong leaders sometimes create discomfort, not because they are failing, but because they are independent. Dr. Kramer was not a puppet. He was not someone who simply nodded and carried out whatever direction came from the dais. He brought professional expertise, honest feedback, and independent thinking to the job he was hired to do. That is exactly what a superintendent should do. When a superintendent who is respected by staff, students, and much of the community is pushed out, the public has every right to ask why. What problem was so serious that it justified removing a leader who had helped stabilize this division financially and built relationships throughout the system? What message does this send to teachers and administrators who want to speak honestly about what our schools need? Decisions like this do not happen in a vacuum. They affect morale, stability, and the trust that the public has in this board. If the expectation is that the next superintendent will simply fall in line rather than lead, then this community should be very concerned about the direction of our schools. Dr. Kramer served this division with professionalism and integrity. He deserves transparency and fairness in this process, and frankly, so did the public. I want to thank him for his leadership and his willingness to do what good leaders do. Think independently and put the long-term interests of the school division first. And I hope this board reflects carefully on the precedent it has set tonight, because our students, our teachers, and this community deserve leadership that values integrity, expertise, and courage, not compliance. Thank you, Dr. Kramer, and I wish you much success in your future endeavors.
Martha Jackson.
Martha Jackson, District 3, to the board members, to our student members, to Dr. Kramer, to all of those in the audience. Dr. Kramer has guided the district through a pivotal period in education and a crucial time, recognizing the importance of timely and responsible leadership with safety and student achievement as two of his top priorities. Through listening tours, Dr. Kramer acknowledged the unique perspectives and experiences of team members, fostering respect and understanding. He promoted collaboration and emphasized shared goals and helped unify our district schools. Dr. Kramer's commitment to the community was evident from the start of his tenure, regularly participating in events and activities that benefited everyone, whether attending Rotary meetings, honoring veterans, engaging in national night outs, supporting local sporting events, or interacting with families and children, especially during school openings. Dr. Kramer maintained high visibility and accessibility across the region. Dr. Kramer implemented advisory, student, parent, community, and business groups to ensure their interests and concerns were considered. This approach helped everyone feel that their voices were not only heard, but truly understood. As a strong advocate for public education, Dr. Kramer reshaped the educational landscape for the benefit of all children, ushering in a new era of innovative and relevant leadership. Dr. Kramer's dedication is reflected in a demanding work schedule, meeting after meeting, meeting after meeting, meeting after meeting. Did I say meeting? Extending into the evenings and weekends. Despite having to navigate numerous board requests, many of which were not always beneficial to students and educators, Dr. Kramer remained clear-headed and focused. Challenges arose daily, but Dr. Kramer consistently set the district's directions bar high, reevaluating and adjusting plans as new challenges and opportunities emerged. This ensured our district and school division remained committed to providing high-quality education. Dr. Kramer excelled at connecting with a wide range of stakeholders, including teachers, staff, parents, students, and community leaders, by actually listening even to those who had no interest in our schools, gathering input and ensuring all voices were heard in the decision-making process. Dr. Kramer demonstrated a deep understanding of the community's needs and expectations. Visibility and accessibility were essential drivers of his success in these areas. Dr. Kramer's ability to build strong relationships, enable ongoing collaborations, and foster trust throughout our district. This commitment to open communication and responsiveness created mutual respect, empowering all groups to work together toward shared goals. We will miss Dr. Kramer's presence and the positive impact he brought to our community. My prayers are with him and his family as he embarks on new endeavors. I am confident that he will continue to strive for excellence and achieve nothing but the very best in the field of education. Thank you.
Okay, next we'll have the reports from student liaisons. Cameron, we'll let you.
I'll go first.
Okay.
Just give me 1 second, please. Good evening, everyone. I hope everyone has had a good day so far and a good opening to the weather. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. Okay. Good evening, Mr. Chair, Dr. Kramer, school board members, and members of the community. A lot has been happening pretty fast over the past few weeks, not just at Windsor, but around the entire county. First, I would like to thank Dr. Kramer for his tremendous service to this county over the last 4 years. With his resignation, we lose a vital part of our county. We lose an exceptional voice for our students and staff. We lose a tremendous leader, and we lose a man who has worked tirelessly to ensure the success of this amazing county. Dr. Kramer had no reason to come here, but solely a desire to add a positive impact on a community in need of support of all kinds at the time. Dr. Kramer not only achieved the goals that this community expected from him, but he elevated Alawite County to our greatest potential and is the perfect model of what a superintendent should truly be. A person willing to unite and advocate for the needs of students and staff. Dr. Kramer has supported the students and staff of Alawite County and has not bent the knee to any board in this county. And that is something that I know that everyone at Windsor High School appreciates more than anyone here or in this world could fathom. He has not only got us on a fiscal right path, but Dr. Kramer has had a profound social impact on the county and the people he has served. I have not only grown a deep respect and admiration for Dr. Kramer's leadership over this short time as Windsor High School's liaison, but I hope to one day just have a fraction of his leadership skills and an ounce of his integrity. I think that in the process of searching for a new superintendent, it is this board's absolute duty to look for the exceptional skills that Dr. Kramer has shown through the last 4 years. I want to personally thank Dr. Kramer for his profound service to his community. To speak on a higher level, many teachers at Windsor High School appreciate the role Dr. Kramer has played in allowing them to teach the way they know best, rather than taking that from them. This effort has directly impacted not only student and staff success that we have seen in recent test scores, but has improved Windsor's morality more than any regular community member would ever understand. So, thank you, Dr. Kramer, for all you have done for this county and all your reputation will do for this county. Truly, thank you. We at Windsor High wish Dr. Kramer the best, but I guess it's time for me to run for superintendent now. On a lighter note, I would like to thank Dr. Coleman for his update on the awning and vestibule that he has given me personally. My peers and I appreciate the transparency from him and his team, who works tirelessly to prioritize the safety of our students and staff and being effective on projects that would ensure it. I look forward to eventually seeing their hard work turn into reality. Thank you, Dr. Coleman. I want to thank our technical support team for getting the castle back up and running after our Wi-Fi went out Tuesday and partially Wednesday. I would also like to know if the additional parking lot in front of the senior/staff lot made it into the proposed budget for 26-27. Today, all of our juniors had to walk through the sleet pelting us in our faces and wind that was up to 35 miles per hour. This is a very important topic of conversation to my peers and I, and was shown through the effort of Ms. Wall and Ms. Carroll in putting this in the proposed budget. That's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Cameron?
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to begin by thanking the school board and Dr. Kramer so much for the opportunity to be the March Senior of the Month. I really do appreciate the recognition, and I feel so honored and just grateful for this chance. I also want to thank Mr. Kemp, who nominated me. He was not here tonight, and then Ms. Briggs and anybody else who may have had a role in helping to make this happen. I really do appreciate it, and it means a lot to me. Moving on from myself, one other thing that happened this last month, which we've heard a number of speakers talk about already today. On Friday, February 27th, there was a walkout at Smithfield High School to bring attention to the way that ICE, the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement, was going about apprehending illegal immigrants. The walkout itself took place during the middle of the school day during Packer Block, and from what I've been informed via students and fellow staff members, because I myself was not present, a lot of students participated. To reiterate Mr. Elmore's words from before, no one was hurt. The students were supervised. This was not a rally, nor was it chaotic or violent, and the reason why it wasn't is because of the way our school board handled it. Addressing the event with understanding and professionalism, remaining neutral and indifferent, affiliating with neither one side or the other, and taking steps to allow students to express their First Amendment rights. That's all about that I have to say about the event on February 27th. In other news, I want to give a shout out to Mr. Vidal. He is the Employee of the Year for Smithfield High School. Mr. Jorge Vidal is a school security officer at SHS. He only started last year, and the reason why he did is because of efforts by Dr. Kramer, by the school board, to give us more security officers. In his short time at Smithfield High School, he's done the best to promote a faithful and peaceful learning and education environment, and I cannot wait to see what he continues to do in the future. And finally, to conclude, when I heard that Dr. Kramer would not be joining us next year again, I was just as disheartened as many of the people who spoke today. In the interest, however, of keeping this brief, I will have more remarks regarding his impact on me and all that he's brought to the county at a later meeting. I would also like to wish a happy belated birthday to Dr. Kramer. His birthday was this Monday. And I want to wish my co-liaison, Cole Mumford, a happy birthday, because on the 18th, he will be turning 17. But outside of that, that's all I had to say for tonight, so thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, we're going to go into the presentations from the superintendent's staff.
Good evening. Before you is a resolution requesting that the County Board of Supervisors reappropriate $288,433 of funds that we returned to them at the end of fiscal year 25 and reappropriate them back to us. Of that amount, $40,375 is from state textbook funds.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Very, could you tell us why we're doing this at this stage in the year and it hasn't been done earlier?
Because the audit hasn't been completed. Normally, we wait until the audit's done, and then we would do it like in January. But instead, I waited until I knew that the county agreed with these numbers. So even though the audit hasn't been completed, they do agree with the numbers.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
That's it, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Any questions? And I'd entertain a motion.
I move to appropriate the resolution to request reappropriation of fiscal year 2025 general operating surplus funds and textbook funds from county local funds.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
Mr. Marsh?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
And Mr. Colick?
Yes.
The next is a resolution requesting that the County Board of Supervisors reappropriate carryover funds. So these are grant balances that remained at the end of fiscal year 25. And it's very important to note that there are no county local dollars in this. This is all state, federal, and other local donations that we get. So that total is $578,535.
Any questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Same question. Is this also delayed because of the ongoing audit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's it.
Okay.
I move to request to reappropriate fiscal year 2024-25 carryover funds in the amount of $578,535 to the fiscal year 2025-26 budget.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
Mr. Marsh?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Mr. Colick?
Yes.
The next item is a request for you to amend your current fiscal year 26 budget for the $14 million of school construction assistance program grant funds that we received. So we merely need a motion and approval to amend the current year's budget.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, thank you for entertaining me some more here. Just for clarity, Wight County has already adopted this in their budget, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So this is a formality. They approve it, then we have to put it in ours.
Yes.
And have we determined where and how we're going to expend this $14 million?
Dr. Coleman will be able to better answer that for you, or Dr. Kramer?
Sure. We are actually, Mr. Marsh, working with the county. They are actively looking for land as we speak, and we think that once the county has acquired land, which we can use these funds for, will allow us to then spend the remainder of the funds. And these dollars are a really good question, and you could help with this as well, Mr. Very. We need to have these dollars encumbered very soon. The date of that is
June 30th. This
So
year.
we are working feverishly with the county, but we need the county to acquire land. They won't mention where, but there are two locations that they're actively looking at.
Understood. And again, these are rhetorical questions, but for the sake of the folks watching, short story is we were awarded $14 million in grants, and we have to figure out how to spend it. So,
And
if I can proudly say, third largest in the entire state of Virginia, Isle of Wight.
and this has been discussed in previous meetings, but that $14 million is a percentage of an estimate of the project. So it may be less than $14 million when it all settles out.
Right. I think it's 20% of total cost of the project.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Is there any prediction on, how much we may use of this $14 million on just the land itself?
I literally just had that conversation with the county administrator this week. Certainly will not venture what we think because we don't know just yet. But I think we'll have a sizable amount remaining after we have paid for the land. But they're still in negotiations and still in conversation with developers who have those plots of land.
another item that we will be using these funds for is to, hopefully at your next meeting, is to award a contract to the architect engineering firm. We put out an RFP, I think it was right before Christmas, and we've gone through this, made some evaluations, and we're negotiating currently. So I believe we hope to bring that contract to you at your next meeting.
And Dr. Coleman, did I not say something correctly, sir? So please correct me if you need to.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to request to amend the fiscal year 2026 budget for a school construction assistant program, SCAP, in the amount of $14 million.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
Mr. Marsh?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
And Mr. Collick?
Yes. And next we have the 2026-27 school calendar.
This is coming before you for second read for approval, hopefully. I'm available, though, if you have any questions.
No questions? Okay.
I move to approve the 2026-2027 school calendar as presented.
Second.
Motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
Mr. Marsh?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
And Mr. Collick?
Yes. And next we'll have the Early Retirement Incentive Program, or ERIP.
Good evening. Yes, so I'm presenting on the ERIP program that we have for employees. This is the annual approval by the board for me to be able to offer this to employees who are retiring on July 1st. This gives a great opportunity for our school division to capitalize on experienced veteran teachers who are coming directly from our school district and have spent a significant amount of time with our district, to have them come back and they in exchange for health insurance, cost substitute in our school district for 25 days, and they can pick up our employee-only health insurance, and they can do this for up to 5 years, and you all can provide extensions if that is requested, but in general the program is for up to 5 years. And again, we continue to pay their employer portion of the health insurance, they pay their employee portion, and they exchange that for the substituting days. I'm happy to answer any questions, but this is an action item for you all to vote on, so I can start offering this to potential retirees for this year.
No questions, Mr. Chair, but a comment. We do this every year, and I think it's a pretty cool benefit. It certainly benefits the retirees and the school division.
Absolutely.
I actually mentioned this to my sister who teaches in San Antonio, and she was like, that's cool. I wish we did that. So
Yeah, absolutely. It is a great benefit for the retirees as well, because many of them who aren't yet 65, as you all know, health insurance is probably the largest reason that employees stay employed for as long as they do because of the cost of health insurance. So this gives them the option to leave the profession when they feel good about that, but also to stay connected to the school community that they've already served.
do other school divisions offer similar programs?
I am not aware of one, but there may be.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, thank you.
I move to approve the early retirement incentive program as presented.
Second. We have motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
Mr. Marsh?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
And Mr. Colick?
Yes. And next, we're going to have the approval of the FY 2027 budget.
Mr. Chair, may I ask the appropriate staff to come to the dais?
Please.
Mr. Very, Ms. Sullivan, Dr. Coleman, Ms. Getz. We are prepared to entertain any questions you, Mr. Chair, and members of the board will have for us so that we can help you get you an answer so that we can approve the budget.
Any questions? Mr. Marsh?
Got it.
I don't have any questions, just comment, and I'll say it again just for the sake of saying it. Nearly everything that's been presented on the superintendent's proposal has been, with the exception of the compensation, has been carried over for the last couple of years. There's a few nuanced exceptions, but the additional full-time positions, the SPED positions, they've asked for that for the last couple of years. There's some follow-on agenda items that are only going to expand on the needs for those positions. So I've got zero reservations about anything that's been asked for. The compensation study, I think, speaks for itself. This is what we need. Are we going to get it all? Don't know. That's the county's heavy lift. They're going to have to determine what we get, and then ultimately they're going to flick that onus back on us once they give us a number, and then it'll be incumbent upon this board to figure out where whatever we get goes. So you've got my vote. I would approve as presented tonight. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
No questions here either. Just want to make the comment to the staff to say thank you for all the hard work that you've done in putting this budget together, the budget proposal. And we recognize the talent, we recognize the dedication and commitment of our staff and faculty, and we want to honor you guys through approving this budget. So thank you.
Well, this is probably the first year since I've been on the board that I haven't looked at anything and said, you know, that probably needs to go or this needs to go. This 100% behind every single thing on that budget. We asked for the compensation study several years ago when he was on the Board of Supervisors. Mr. Grice asked the question, are we paying our teachers enough? Well, nobody knew. Nobody could answer what is the right pay for a teacher. We did the compensation study. Now we know. Okay, so we asked for it. We need to stand by that. SPED. Okay, I've got a son with special needs. You know, very low functioning. He's got to be in a classroom and have one teacher with him the whole day. I cannot imagine him being in a classroom without at least 3 adults. Okay. It's impossible. yet our people here are doing it every day. We've got to give them some assistance. We've got to do that for them. So I am behind the proposed budget 100%, everything. So thank you for your hard work, Dr. Kramer. I appreciate the hard work that you and your entire staff has put into us, and answering all the questions that we had as they came up. You know, some of them may have seemed mundane, but they were important to get answered so that we could get to this where we are today. Thank you. And with that, I will take a motion.
I move to approve the fiscal year 2027 budget as presented.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Madam Clerk.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
Mr. Marsh?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
And Mr. Colick?
Yes. We're going to take we're going to take about a 10-minute break, and I'm going to have to excuse myself. So Mr. Ford is going to take over chairing the rest of the meeting.
We want to go ahead and re-adjourn this meeting. And now for reports from the superintendent staff.
And Mr. Vice Chair, we'll start with item 16.1, Windsor Library presentation.
Mr. Vice Chair, Dr. Kramer, school board members, 16.1, Windsor Library presentation. I have with me tonight Mr. Tony Wilson. Tonight we'll be sharing a brief overview of the proposed new Windsor Library project, which is being led by the Isle of Wight County through the Department of Public Works. The presentation you will see provides an early conceptual look at the potential site, building concept, and a preliminary scope of the project. Mr. Wilson, right ahead.
Yes, thank you so much for having me tonight. When we had our kickoff meeting, Dr. Coleman was kind enough to remind me that the board had turned over as far as the school board, and also that it would be a good idea to come and seek proper approval of the project since it's on school property. So once again, thank you so much for having me. You hit it for me? Okay, all right, cool. If we look, it's going to be at the Georgie Tyler site. If you look at it, it's going to be pretty much across from the Windsor Center is where we're trying to put that, if you want to go. Here's a conceptual view of what we're looking for, and this is just one low-level conceptual view. We're going to try to develop some more concepts as far as when we can see or if we need a BMP. It will be a 5,000 square foot building, 48 additional parking places, which will be, I believe, welcome for that area. Yeah, hit it. This is what we're looking at, a pre-engineered building that'll have either a water table or some type of wainscot type brick. Naturally, the overhang won't be as large as that, but it'll be, what we're trying to do is bring it into touch with Georgie Tyler, have the architectural design match, the colors, the bricks, and also some of the, if you look at the school itself, it has some pretty distinctive characteristics on it. We want to try to incorporate that into the library. And so once again, it's a 5,000 square foot pre-engineered building. It's pretty much designed to capture Georgie Tyler and fit into the area. Inside will be more of an open concept library, so it can be multiple uses as far as rooms, with accordion doors and stuff. Areas to purchase, let's say somebody wants to do a home closing, go to the library, they'll have an area, vegetable area to do that. And once again, the 48 parking places. And the preliminary budget is 2.5. So we're in the survey process right now. So once I get the survey done, we'll begin the design. And once again, we'll have our stakeholders, which will be you. And it's been a pleasure to work with Dr. Coleman for a few years now. So is there any questions I can help you with?
I've got a few questions for you.
Okay.
Dr. Coleman, I know we've talked about this before. This proposal for the library is going to be on school property, correct?
Yes, sir. It will be on school property directly across from Windsor Town Center as it stands.
Okay. So my main concerns would be, number one, security issues. As far as, persons coming, and granted, you don't expect nefarious acts from people going to a library. I'm not implying that. However, let's just say you've got persons coming on, they've got access to school property. You've got potential for, controlled substances, firearms, things of that nature. How would a situation like that be mitigated if the building is situated already on school property?
Start off.
The Windsor Town Center is there now, and I think that's proven that while it can happen, it doesn't happen often. It's very low risk. Also, remember, we are the county, you are the schools, we have a sheriff's department. They're readily available along with the town. for us.
Also, this is the informational that he's bringing you tonight. This is not for an action item, and that's something that you would like for us to look into a little bit more. Mr. Brinkley, for the safety and security for the division, can actually look into more of a designated plan working with the county. So that's something else that we can get for the board before action item decision is made.
Yeah, that would be great if you could do that. And please don't take me wrong. It's not like I'm in opposition to it. These are just natural concerns that pop up. So I have nothing else.
Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Wilson, so you work for Al Wight,
Yes, sir.
and the Windsor Library, currently the library is owned by the town,
That's correct.
but the building's owned by the county.
That is correct.
And some months back, this school board said that we give up this property by the school so that you guys could build a new library for the county or the town. So assuming this all comes to fruition, is it going to be a Windsor library or a county library?
Actually, it's going to be a Blackwater library because the county has an obligation to provide libraries for that through the Blackwater system. So it will be a county-owned building on school property, and unless, of course, you want us to parcel it out. I feel like it's a good partnership with the Windsor Town Center, so having it on school property and we take care of the asset would be the best way forward.
Well, as a resident of the big bustling town of Windsor that doesn't have a downtown, I think this is pretty cool. The library today is neat, but it's just kind of in an awkward spot.
Well, when we went out to bid, originally I had a 23 square foot design to put an addition on that library itself. And when the bids come in, it was upward of $1 million. And if we're going to invest that kind of money in our community, let's be fiscally responsible and build a nice library that's going to last not only today, but 10 years down the road, perhaps.
Sure. Dr. Coleman, assuming this comes to fruition, what are we going to do with the Wildcats football field over there?
At this time, we're looking at a couple of different options. Of course, Virginia High School League, IWCS sports comes first. We're always open to work with the community members, just like the Smithfield Packers and the Windsor Wildcats. The field will have to be changed just a little, but at the same time, we have some workarounds. We have reached out to the Wildcats. I think they have changed over in who's the president at this time, and that's the town, Mr. Saunders, and myself and Mr. Wilson have reached out to him just to talk a little bit about the field and everything that exists. But in the end, we're trying to work together as we did the first time when we actually prepared the field for them.
So you think there's enough room?
There is enough room on the field as it exists. I'm interested in seeing more about the 48 spaces that's going to be provided, and interested in talking to Mr. Brinkley a little bit more about the safety and security aspects of the scenario.
To Mr. Marsh's question, can you take us back, Dr. Coleman, to the site concept? I think it shows in the gray area that there seems to be sufficient space. This is space for future turf field. So all of that is space that we would be able to use for athletic purposes?
Yes, sir. You can, at this time, right in the upper right, and I don't want to get too much into the details, but the baseball field that currently exists there, absolutely. You have to take 10 feet off of the outfield fence. So therefore, we have to look at some sort of temporary outfielding for that, but that's a workaround that we can do and find out the cost associated with taking that extra 10 feet in order for the field to fit exactly the way that it is on that plan. Also, we'll be moving the field goals, just different things that we'll have to work with the town to ensure that it works properly.
Thank you, sir.
It seems to me that the 48 additional spaces is a win-win for IWCS, because I can't imagine a time, I'm sure there would be, but I can't imagine a time when there'd be 48 spaces occupied by the Windsor Library.
Now, there's several times during the, I guess you could say, during the year, well, Windsor is having events. And when those events occur at that location, there's so much traffic. Women's auxiliary or something of that nature?
Well, a good example is basketball on Saturdays. If you've been to the Windsor Center, and they have in Georgie Tyler and the Windsor Center, all the parking places are taken up currently. While there may not be enough in the future to harbor all of those people participated in recreation, the 48 will definitely help. And this is just a concept as far as shifting the field and making everything work together so we can coexist with the Wildcats along with the parking. I'll definitely, when we get something that's preliminary and not just conceptual, definitely would love to bring it back to you and let you see where we're going with it. And like I said, Dr. Coleman will be with me every step of the way.
Well, I think it's fair to say that this governing body is well versed in the challenges in getting a project like this on the county's capital improvement plan. Wish you well, sir.
I'll do my best.
Mr. Vice Chair, just one question. I'm sorry, sir. Hi. Do we know what we would do with the former Windsor Library? Did we sell that property, or how would that look?
Well, high level, that is the plan. We own the building, they own the land. It could be a cost participation. I haven't, once again, talked to the town of Windsor. They're our partner in it, but we could discuss that and maybe offset the cost and the burden to the community.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes.
Have any operational plans been determined for this for the library? And I'm assuming that it falling under the Blackwater brand, that it will operate like all the other Blackwater libraries, such as who has access, time of open, operational hours, those kinds of.
To the best of my knowledge, it would operate just like Windsor Library currently, with the same operating hours unless Mr. Neal's here tonight. Mr. Neal's here. Mr. Neal.
What's his name? Can you introduce him?
I'm sorry, this is Executive Director of Blackwater Libraries, Ben Neal. So, have a seat.
Okay. Turn the microphone over there.
Okay. So thank you, Tony. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight. I was here for support. But to answer your question, Mr. Ford, it would operate like the rest of our branches. The only difference is that we would have much more space to hold programs for the community. If adults want to have a book club at the current Windsor Library, they're in tiny seats in the children's area, and it's hard for children and families to be browsing books during that time. And as Tony said, we're looking for a lot of open space where people can meet with a tutor. They can come to a library program and any number of other things. But everything should operate the same.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
No further questions? All right. Moving on to 16.2, delivering specialized instruction and special programs presentation.
Good evening, school board members, Dr. Kramer. My name is Kristen Daly. I am a special education coordinator with Wight County Schools.
Good evening, I'm Janetta Moody. I am the behavior analyst for the division.
So tonight we're here to share some information about our division special program, classrooms, and the instruction that is provided and occurs in these classrooms. So special programs are highly structured, small group environments designed for students with moderate to severe disabilities who require more individualized, intensive instruction than a general education setting. They can provide. For some students, the typical general education environment, even with the push-in and pull-out services that special education teachers provide, that does not provide the intensive personalized instruction that they truly need. Therefore, they are referred to the special programs. These classrooms provide tailored, they're data-driven, they have therapeutic supports, they are functional and or behavioral skills-driven. The classrooms have low to student to teacher ratios. Currently, we're averaging around 3-to-1 ratio, and they're also very sensory friendly, and they provide adaptive materials for the students. This will give you an idea of who we serve within these classrooms. Currently, in Wight County Schools, about 16% of students with disabilities require a more restrictive placement than in the general education setting. This percentage is currently representing about 146 students. All of our Wight County schools, with the exception of Carsville, has special program classrooms. We are currently averaging close to around 7 students in all of, per those classrooms. These classrooms, also within those classrooms averaging 7%, this isn't just all just kindergarten or first grade. They're multi-level classrooms, so that could be a K2 or 3 through 5. At Westside, it could look like 4 through 6. So it varies for grade levels as well.
So when we talk about what makes it a specialized classroom, one of the most important things is the structure of the classroom. So if you just look at these pictures, you can immediately see these classrooms do not look like our typical classrooms. They're set up for small groups, individual work with students and teachers. They even have what we call Carol desks that allow for students to be able to work and focus with decreased distractions. That way they're better able to focus on working on what they need to do. If we talk about structure, that incorporates the physical structure of the classroom. We use the furniture and the setup to provide boundaries for students. That way we can accommodate all of the activities that occur within the schedule during the day in that room. And this also helps reduce some of those problem behaviors to set the stage for learning for those students. The other component is the material organization. We need to have all of those materials readily available. That'll minimize the breaks in instruction and allow them to keep moving. It also assists the students and staff with locating and then returning items to proper locations. And it does really increase the independence that our students are able to have in those classrooms.
So on these pictures, you'll see that there's examples of individual schedules as well as classroom schedules. We utilize these to help with those routines for the specialized instruction. Go to the next slide. Thanks. Why do we use this? So these examples of routines, we provide clear examples for students and staff. They ease some of the anxiety of change, transition through the day for our students. They show when preferred activities will occur. So if a student is doing a more difficult activity at that point, they will have that visual to show that, that recess is coming up or that their drawing activity is coming up. So they know what to anticipate for that. They also can help students understand the length of the school day. Again, that piece of there's an end to the school day and when to expect that. So a lot of times these visuals will be a takeoff. So they can actually see the day moving on and see that bus or the car coming closer. They provide routine and consistency, which are both essential for student success. And you'll notice that a lot of them with our picture schedules, this is a great way to explain what will happen next, and particularly for our students with language delays. This will help. In these pictures, this is an example of a picture exchange system that a student uses to communicate. The next one is an example of a visual reinforcement. So you can see that the expectations are visuals, which provides them to what the expectations are for within that classroom. I'm not sure if the video is going to come up. There it is, and we're all going to cross our fingers that nope. The video, if it worked, it didn't, but if it did come up, it is a video, it's okay. It is a video of a teacher modeling a communication device with an iPad. A lot of our students might not use their voice, as myself and you do. They use a device, almost working on it, and with that, it just doesn't come naturally either. So it's up to our teachers as well as our instructional assistants within our classrooms to teach how to use all of these examples, like how to use the picture exchange system of how to take off those, and with the iPad. So our instructional assistants and teachers really model this by using them as well, so to reinforce the behavior of our students. And then, hold on, someone's working on our computer. It's all right, we don't need the video. Thanks. All right.
Okay, so the next part that makes it a specialized classroom has to do with the emotion and the behavior regulation. So for a lot of our students, behavior is a form of communication for them. They engage in some challenging behaviors often as a way to communicate their wants, their needs, things that they need to get or obtain. So when we teach things like functional communication, that might be verbally through speaking, it might be, as Ms. Daly shared, through those augmentative devices, visual supports, that helps decrease those challenging behaviors because we've given them a way to communicate those things to us. So we also explicitly teach our students to recognize their emotions and then be able to apply coping strategies. Again, that builds independence and further decreases those challenging behaviors. So when we start looking at that with behavior and communication skill growth for our students, one of the things we utilize is called the STAR curriculum. It's a STAR autism curriculum. It's structured, it's research validated, it's a system that integrates communication and direct instruction directly with behavior support. So what it does is it provides detailed lesson plans, assessment tools, progress monitoring. It helps students build language, social skills, functional skills in the context of the classroom, and it supports that individualized instruction and database decision making. And what that does is that all makes it well suited for our self-contained, our specialized classrooms where the communication and the behavior skills are primary instructional goals for our students. So it assists with teaching our students the skills that they need to be ready to learn in our classrooms. We especially use it with our younger students, starting all the way in our preschool of our early childhood special education classrooms.
We also have a curriculum called MooZoom. This is a video modeling online curriculum where it has discussions, interactive work, lesson plans for teachers to share with their students. It works on understanding and managing emotions, how to communicate effectively amongst peers as well as teachers, and how to resolve conflict. So in a lot of these videos, it has options for the students to choose from, and some of them are there's no wrong answers, but they give you choices for them to work on how to resolve those conflicts. And so ultimately really working on how to build stronger peer relationships, because a lot of our students at times with disabilities really can struggle with that piece. So it's a combination of that multimedia instruction and active practice, making it practical and engaging approach to teaching students behavior and that communication skills. And so we also use a curriculum called TeachTown. TeachTown has different areas that you'll see later in the presentation, but this one, it has social skills. And it is also a video modeling. It's more for our younger based students. MooZoom is more for our upper elementary, whereas this could be used as our lower elementary, and it is specifically for students with moderate to severe developmental and social challenges, especially for those possibly on the autism spectrum disorder or other complex learning needs. It provides lesson plans. It has the animated videos, promotes student participation to teach those social skills. It has puppets and manipulatives too for students to interact with.
And then next, the curriculum we use is called Zones of Regulation. And what that is, it's a systematic, evidence-informed self-regulation framework that it is designed to help our students do things such as recognize their emotions or their states of alertness throughout the day, understand how their behavior connects to those states and those feelings, and then that helps them to learn the strategies needed to regulate themselves appropriately. It has 4 color zones that visually represent each one of those levels, and then it sets them up with tools and strategies to use when they're in each of those zones to help them get back to where they need to be, again, to be ready to learn. We also use a curriculum called the SPOT curriculum. It is also a framework. We use it particularly with younger students, but some older students do really buy into it as well. It's a structured approach that focuses instruction on 4 key self-regulation skills. So that would be stop and notice, make sure you're pausing before you react, observe your thoughts and body signals, your emotions. Then you want to plan and choose a strategy based on how you're feeling, organize by preparing your thoughts and your body, and then try it. So implement that strategy and adjust as needed. This framework is really, really popular with our younger students. It incorporates these characters that you can see in the picture. Each one represents a different emotion by its color, and then they use these characters through the books, through videos, through songs, and it really just helps students be able to understand the language associated with emotions while they're having fun engaging with the activities.
And of course, also in these classrooms, we're not only working on our behavior, communication, social skills, we're working on academics as well. There are students that are able to follow the general curriculum as our students in our general education classrooms, but there's also students that have require an adaptive academic curriculum, and those we make sure that it's aligned with our standards of learning as well, but this would meet our students' diverse needs and be able to meet their diverse learning needs. This curriculum is called Teach Town. Another piece of it, so it's Teach Town Encore, and with this, I am able to pull some data from our pre-test scores. They have an average improvement of 65% compared to their post-test. So there is some data to show that they do really improve a whole lot from their pre-test to post-test using this curriculum. And we also utilize life skills, and I wanted to highlight these 2 pictures. This is our new space at our Smithfield High School. This allows us to really bring working on life skills to life. It is our kitchen as well, laundry you see, and there's also some mock shops that our teachers work on throughout this workspace to really bring in practicing those real life skills at school. This is an example of also, we have the online curriculum to work on our transition skills. You can see just the average day life skills of shopping, laundry, cooking, but it really video modeling plus what would you do and how to bus a table. So there's employment skills that they work on too. And from there, we also bring our students out to the community, which we call community-based instruction. So we immerse them within our community to hopefully employ them by the time they graduate with us. That's our presentation tonight. What questions might you have for us tonight?
I'll start by saying thanks. I think I appreciate you ladies putting this presentation together. It's enlightening. I don't think, maybe I'm just naive, but I don't think most people understand everything that goes on inside the walls of the schools. I certainly didn't understand all this until I saw it. I'm curious about parental engagement, and I'll use myself as an example. My 3rd grader comes home from school and he's got homework, and I can sit down and we can go over it and I can help reinforce it and read books with him. To the various curricula that you were referencing, does that afford you a chance to do that sort of parental engagement?
So there are take-home activities for homework. A lot of our students still require a good amount of parental help completing those activities, but there are things that to be sent home. There's books that the students love bringing home. There are printouts to send home to continue their reading practice. But I would say our special programs classes has a lot of parental involvement in them.
That's good to hear. And then the adaptive curriculum, somebody gave me an answer to my question about that, and I appreciate that. If you've got a student that's in one of these special programs, is it fair to assume that progress is focused more on improvement, vice mastery of various standards, or is it the same across the board? I don't really know how to ask that, but.
So from what I'm gathering, you're asking, so for all of our students, they do have individual education programs. So we look at how they're progressing in their IEPs, but as well, we always want them to be working on continued progress in the academics too. They might be taking the standards of learning, or they might be taking a alternative assessment, but that does show growth throughout the year, both of those.
Got it.
I may have confused you more, sorry.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all I got, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. I got an opportunity to briefly visit Hardy Elementary and see a few of the special programs classrooms. I'm just curious, do the other classrooms in the other schools look just like those in Hardy? Have you guys had a chance?
Yes, they're very similar to the ones at Hardy. Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're all operating on that same standard, because the classrooms that I saw were exceptionally well put together. And the overall goal is to offer FAPE to students in the least restrictive environment. So it was very strategic, and the placement of all of the activities and tables, and all the way down to the small details were very, very well executed. So thank you. No more comments. Thank you. All right, for 16.3, special education annual plan draft.
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Kramer. Tonight we have the 2026-2027 Special Education Annual Plan for information. This is our 611 school age and 619 preschool grant that we apply for each year. After tonight, it will go to the public for comment, and then we will bring it back to you guys next month for approval. Do you have any questions about the application?
Mr. Vice Chair. I mentioned when we talked about the budget that I was going to ask questions specific to this. Is there anything in your draft plan that you cannot or will struggle to accomplish given the current SPED staffing levels, be it due to unfilled positions or simply non-existent positions?
Well, our positions are filled, so I would say it's due to the non-existent positions. And yes, one portion of the application actually asks school divisions to identify barriers to being able to provide services for kiddos with disabilities. And our biggest barrier right now is just the retaining and the recruiting of teachers. And so the ask with the budget to, for example, increase the number of teachers in the inclusion setting so that we can better support co-teaching would align with this in terms of helping to retain the teachers that we have, because that additional support is very needed. So yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion from the board? All right, thank you, Ms. Menger.
Thank you.
All right, for 16.4, employee health insurance survey feedback.
Good evening again. So I'm here tonight to provide you all with some information that was gathered from our employees concerning health insurance and where we currently stand with the health insurance benefits that we offer, and potentially some thoughts as we go into the renewal or looking at the RFP process. So we knew this year that we were going out to bid for our health insurance benefits, and we have considered multiple different options. Ms. DeVary spoke briefly on that at our last board meeting about the budget. And so we are considering both self-insured options as well as the local choice. And we're going to, in the next month, be able to bring you all the information from that. But we wanted to give you a little bit of background information in terms of our employees' current satisfaction with health insurance benefits as one of the key components of compensation and benefits programs that attract and retain our teachers. So to start off with, again, for the background information, we want to understand the employee experience when it comes to medical insurance and identify areas of improvement. We know that benefits are a critical component to the total compensation package, and our survey's focus was to determine the satisfaction, accessibility to care, and then cost to value alignment and overall benefit importance. Like, what are the benefits that our employees care about the most? As far as participation in the survey, 67% of the staff that responded were instructional staff, 21 were support, and 8% were administrators. There was about 390 responses to our survey. We also asked for employees to give us feedback on the years of service that they had. We felt like that was important as well to get an idea of the responses. It was a pretty even distribution across all levels of experience. Out of those who did respond, 44% of them have our HSA Health Keepers 2000 deductible plan, which is our high deductible plan that partners with our HSA account for our employees, and it's also a Virginia network. So we offer two different types of networks. One is Health Keepers, which is primarily in the state of Virginia, and then Key Care, which is a nationwide access network that provides you consistent care outside of the state. And then we also offer two different plan types, which is a high deductible $2,000 deductible plan that is associated with an HSA, and then a low deductible plan of $500. And the employees can mismatch those two different options with each other. So it's a total of 4 different plan types. And then as far as coverage goes, they can have an employee plus spouse, an employee plus children, or a family plan, depending on which type of coverage that they need for themselves and their dependents. 90% of those who answered the survey also participate in our dental, and 81% participate in our vision. As of right now, our healthcare is unbundled, so you can receive medical, you can receive dental and vision. You can bundle all, or you can take advantage of all 3 of those, but you're going to pay a different premium for each one of those individual pieces of care. One of the benefits of this is previously we had a vision and health insurance that was bundled together, but the only thing that was covered in that vision policy was your annual visit for an eye review or vision review. However, with the new plan, it does offer more extensive care when it comes to if you're actually utilizing that vision insurance for glasses, contacts, that sort of thing. And in the past, we had a separate dental policy. And we do have quite a few of our employees who take advantage of just the dental and vision because they have health and medical insurance through a spouse. Specifically those who have the advantage of TRICARE. Sometimes them will pick up dental and vision through us as a supplemental. So a key strength that was clear in the survey was provider network and access. Employees felt like 73% of employees felt like that provider access was high, that they felt like they could find doctors that are health insurance. Yes.
Mr. Vice Chair, just that's the plan today.
Yes.
Okay.
This is all about the plan
feedback
today.
On the okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yep. And the current network meets or exceeded expectations for the vast majority of staff, reducing a major barrier to care. Also something to note, our current plan has both an HMO and a PPO option. With the PPO option, that does allow our employees to seek care by specialists without needing a referral. And so that's definitely something to consider as we go into the RFP or looking at the bid process, that if you go with an HMO plan, you are limiting access to specialists without going through a PCP to get a referral to that. And so that's something that the plan that the majority of those that completed the survey, that HSA plan, doesn't require that you seek that referral before receiving care from a specialist. So some of that might have to do with the fact that people feel like access is well provided to them. Another key strength when we asked some of the survey questions were about how much employees felt empowered to make decisions, how informed they felt about their benefits based on the current process that we go through with employees. So of course our new hires go through an open enrollment period when we hire them. We do those in small groups through our orientation sessions. And then also every year we go through open enrollment, which is coming up for us. We usually start that at the end of May, beginning of June, in order to have our effective plan date for July 1, because our employees, their insurance plan runs from July 1st through June 30th. So we're currently coming towards the end of a plan year. And so that open enrollment process, we do a variety of different options, but the staff gave us feedback that they prefer in-person sessions or one-page summaries over long emails and videos. We also gave an extensive list. These are not all of the things that were included in there, but we gave an extensive list of types of benefits beyond just health insurance, but health insurance included in that we as a division offer or could offer. For example, we discussed built-in holidays into the school calendar, personal vacation leave accruals, such as the amount of those that you receive, health insurance, sick leave accruals, and then prescription drug coverage. And these were the top rated ones, and it will show you what percentage of the people completing the survey rated these in the highest. So interestingly enough, the holidays built into our school calendar that you all just approved, 77.8% listed that as one of the most important benefits that they feel like Isle of Wight offers, maybe in comparison to other districts. Yep.
I actually had a teacher stop me. Literally, I was washing my car Wednesday afternoon, and a teacher pulled up in my driveway. Can't get away from being a school board member. But that was the comment, that this particular teacher really appreciated the calendar and the time that was baked in there. So,
oh, it is a huge, when I am making a job offer, it is one of the things that I directly follow the compensation with, because I do feel like it offers a great benefit for a work-life balance. In addition, it kind of ties in with that. They also are really thankful for the personal and vacation leave accruals, or believe that that's a highlight and something that we should really focus on either maintaining or even improving. And then sick leave accruals as well. But in health insurance ranks in that third spot. So as you can imagine, with probably all health insurance, the biggest pain point is the financial squeeze of what insurance costs. The cost is the primary driver of this dissatisfaction. Only 10% of employees feel that the cost of coverage strongly aligns with the value provided. Most employees, 36%, are neutral on overall satisfaction, largely due to the financial pressure of insurance. We asked employees if they could identify just one thing that they would choose that for us to focus on for improvement. 39.7% said that they would request that we improve premium costs, so the monthly amount that they pay to have access to their health insurance, even if they're well. 37.4% then shared that it would be deductibles and copays, which is the other side of health insurance. Of course, you have the premium side that you pay to ensure that you have coverage when you go to the doctor, and then the deductibles, the copays, and the out of cost are going to be what you pay when you are not well. And so health insurance policies, when we'll bring those options to you all to consider in the next month, it's all about looking at the balance between, well, yes, you might have a low premium, is your out-of-pocket or when you go to the doctor deductible going to exceed and cost you more? And so it is a balance to consider those things between, well, we might want premium, everyone wants low premium cost until they're not well, and then you want the rich coverage that a higher premium would provide, because otherwise your deductibles and copays are going to be high. And then the third highest option that was suggested, it was only 12%, but it was the third most suggested improvement, was the employer HSA contribution. Prior to 2019, we were contributing $1,200 annually to every employee's HSA account that was enrolled in the HSA plan. In 2019, it was moving forward after that, there's only been $600 contributed annually by the school division for the HSA plan. So we as a school division, so with the HSA, there is a annual max. Many school divisions contribute to that plan. It is one way to encourage employees to select an HSA plan. A high deductible plan typically costs the division, the employer, less when an employee selects it, and so that is an incentive in order to get employees to select that. The HSA works like a medical debit card, where you can contribute money pre-tax, so it's a tax-sheltered option for you to lower your taxable income, put that onto the HSA card, and then use those funds for your out-of-pocket or your deductible. And so even though your deductible is higher, it essentially is not, because you have that tax-sheltered money to support that. And especially if the division is then providing an annual contribution to that, it's extremely helpful in getting a lower healthcare cost. Questions about that?
Well, first and foremost, I struggle to wrap my head around all this.
Okay.
It's healthcare in general, it just blows my mind.
It's very complicated, yes.
The slide that we're looking at, were there other options that the employees had to choose from? You listed the top 3.
Oh, yes.
How many other ones?
Ooh.
About, ballpark it. I'm just trying to figure out how much that 80% really weighs.
I want to say there was like 8 to 10 maybe. There was a lot of questions with a lot of different options. I see Ms. Briggs is trying to pull it up for me to see if we can.
So it was significant?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Bottom line, the cost of health care is a priority?
Yes.
Okay. So you said there were roughly 390 respondents.
297, I think, were the respondents, yes.
297 took the survey.
Mm-hmm.
We've got over 800 employees.
Yes.
Of those 800 employees, about how many are eligible for taking advantage of the healthcare program?
So we have about 400 of them that, I believe this is accurate. I'm going to correct myself next month when we come to you, but I think we have about 450 that take advantage, but that doesn't include all of their dependents. So employee-wise, we have about, so those who received the survey, there is approximately 450 that take advantage of our health insurance right now.
So 200,
of eligible.
So say 300 out of 450 people took the survey.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's, yeah. Does this survey give you, Dr. Kramer and whoever else is going to study this, does it give you enough information to give this board a recommendation when the RFP settles out?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it definitely gives us a better idea with where people stand when it comes to what they're satisfied with right now. The one really I think I don't want to minimize what you said in terms of wrapping your head around this, because health insurance is so complex because there are so many variances to every plan. And so when we bring other options, one thing to remember is you only know what you know. And if you've only had this level of health insurance care for this cost, or if you've had, not so great health insurance and it's cost you more somewhere else, ours might seem really good. And so I think that it's hard for employees they can say how they feel based on the coverage that they currently have, but unless they've experienced a variety of different coverage, it's difficult for them to truly give feedback on how well they feel protected with or served by this health insurance. So it did give us glimpses for what's important to them so that we can make sure that we are maintaining those or looking for those characteristics in future plans. But there's going to be, when we bring you the different options, there's going to be such variety in what they offer and for what cost, it's very difficult to compare some of them.
So if I apply for a job, I'm gonna be a teacher, and I sit down with you in HR, and you say, here's your healthcare options. What tools do I have as a prospective or a new employee to learn all the intricacies of this?
Yes, so one is our HR department. That is one thing that we do, is we help walk them through. The other part of that is we do partner with Pierce Group. That is the consultant that you've heard Ms. DeVary talk about, that's taking a look at the RFPs and what was given to us. Pierce Group specializes in health insurance enrollment and also through different coverage options. And so we currently partner with them, and they advise us on what is the best cost benefit based on, because what you're balancing is cost for richness of plan, or the richness of your coverage. And you don't want to get such rich coverage that it's so expensive no one can afford it, but you also don't want to get such cheap insurance that it's not going to protect you when you need it. And so Pierce Group is helping analyze that with us, and they also, when we have a new employee, when we do open enrollment in both in the spring and also in new hire sessions, they send benefits consultants to sit down with each employee so that they can talk through, like, this is my specific healthcare concern, or this is the medication I take. On this plan, what is going to be my out-of-pocket cost versus what is my out-of-pocket cost on this plan? When we aren't during those two phases, they have a 1-800 number that we provide to all of our new employees that can contact them and ask those very specific plan concerns, because I can give the overview, but they can give you really the this is what this is going to cost you at the end of the day based on what your specific healthcare needs are.
Just to piggyback on that a little bit, are we able to organize the respondents by, year of teaching or, year of experience? So maybe there are trends for the 0 to 5 year teachers, 5 to 10, so on and so forth.
Yes, absolutely. We have all of this is just kind of an overview, but when it gets to that point and we're looking at the different plans that we're offering, we can talk about those as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. And for the financial monthly reports, 16.5.
Good evening. A couple things just want to point out on the financial reports this month. If you noticed on the revenue for the general fund or operating fund, you'll see that under budget balance for fees and other revenue, it shows a negative number. And what that is illustrating is that we have exceeded the budget for that category of revenue. And some of the areas were for summer school tuition, regular day school tuition. We've also received over $20,000 in a couple of rebates. One is from our bank card, our purchasing card that we use, and we received another one from Amazon. So that area is looking good. And then when you look at, it'll show that the expenditures are exceeding revenues year to date. There's no reason for any concern there. I'll be bringing another resolution to you probably at the May meeting because our ADM is higher than what we budgeted, so we will be getting additional state funds. So we'll be bringing that back to you to amend the budget for that.
May I just add, Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Berry, please correct me if I'm wrong. Basically, our enrollment is up.
Yes.
And as a result of that, that's going to be adjusted. So that's a good thing for our district.
Compared to where we budgeted. Health insurance fund is still healthy. We're putting more money in than we are taking out of it, so that's still looking good. And we continue to monitor the cafeteria fund. Any questions?
Just to kind of reiterate the whole special ed thing, I think there's a line item on the check register out of division tuition for $20,390. How many students does that pay for?
1.
Okay. And we don't have to get any, we won't get into any details. I presume that's some sort of a special service that we can't provide in Wight County School?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And my last comment is just a big thank you. I've been sitting up here reading these check registers every month, line by line, for over 3 years now. Either A, I've learned how to read them, or B, you've improved the level of detail, and I think it's the latter, so thank you.
Mm-hmm.
No other questions, comments? Thank you, Mr. Berry. All right, 16.6 operations update.
Good evening, Dr. Kramer, board members, Ellen Couch, and
Matt Fike, Coordinator Transportation.
We're going to be presenting to you this evening. All right, so just want to give you a few updates. The first one is wonderful news. We're finally out of VDOE jail with child nutrition. So we closed our annual federal review, hallelujah, and we will not have another review until 2028. There were minimal findings, all of which have been corrected, and we had impeccable financial records, courtesy of Mr. Very. So I want to thank Dr. Coleman and Dr. Kramer for all of their help, and that is a sigh of relief to be done with our annual review for a while. Just wanted to give you an update. I've had the opportunity to be a part of a cohort through the Department of Education with the Chef Ann Foundation. And I went to some training this summer with them, and they've been here and visited our wonderful schools and talked about the macaroni and cheese served at Smithville High School was some of the best he'd had in any of his school visits across the country. So check out the macaroni and cheese at Smithville High School. So some recommendations they had were to create salad bars at both of our middle and high schools. We're in progress with that. I've written a grant through the Chef Ann Foundation. So hopefully those of you listening with students at the middle and high school, hopefully next year we'll have salad bars for you all. Bulk milk for students. You know how you get those cartons of milk and, you know, they kind of look a little wonky. Well, we have run a grant through the National Dairy Alliance to have bulk milk. We're going to start that at Smithville High School. So in a couple weeks, you'll see cups with students going up to the dispenser to get their whiter chocolate milk. So it's going to be colder, tastes fresher, shelf life is longer. So we're very, very, very excited about that. We also had a recommendation from the Chef Ann Foundation that we need to purchase additional equipment to allow for effective cooking. One of the main equipment purchases they feel we need is a steamer for Carrollton Elementary. If you go into our kitchens, which many of you have, Dr. Kramer and Dr. Coleman have been with us, when you tour our kitchens, the equipment is old. Carrollton Elementary, for an example, 1993 the school was constructed. Nothing's changed with the equipment. I could tell you that if you went in the kitchen and saw the stove, it's the color of Mr. Fike's shirt. It is old. We need to replace some equipment across the division. So that was one recommendation they had. And then changing some guidelines for our wellness policy, which we will do when Chef Ann comes up again in 2028. This graphic, this slide, I did not create. Dr. Coleman created it, but I do really like it. We have had the opportunity, and I wish Mr. Collick was here because he brought this to our attention. We have applied for a $1.5 million grant through the House Appropriations Committee. It's through community project funding. I've worked closely with Mr. Brittle and Mr. Judkins at the Land Lab to complete this application. The purpose of these funds will be to construct and build a processing facility and warehouse out at the Land Lab so that then we can purchase local produce that in turn will go to all of our schools in the community and the district for them to eat our local produce, not only just lettuce, but from local producers of sweet potatoes, sweet corn, strawberries, and other items. So we're hoping we will get this grant. We won't know for a while, and we've applied for some others, but big supporters for this are our local farmers.
All right, for the transportation updates, we're going to talk about Zonar MyView.
Now go back about 12 months or so. We've talked about MyView here and there, but really we're just going to kind of dive in with an overall presentation. And certainly I'm excited to share some details about it, a little bit about how it works, and then some feedback from our community stakeholders. So real quick, just in summary, I know this came up. So Zonar MyView, this is a tracking of our assets. So our school buses are being tracked. The students are not being tracked. Now you see the bus, you see it coming, you get a notification it's in your area. You know your child is on that bus, but there is no formal sign-in, sign-off system or anything like that. So we're just certainly just kind of taking a step in the direction. Tracking our assets has really been a major help. So it's now fully implemented. So we did phase it in multiple phases through the school year. So it is fully in, and I'll give you some of those statistics here shortly. I've been using it the entire time, so like the parent piece. So certainly, I think some of the most helpful things was in our MyView. So you actually get a little push notification to your phone when the bus enters your alert zone, and you can certainly set the size of the alert zone. You'll see on the next slide. And then when the bus arrives at school, so the bus just pulled up at Georgie Tyler, you get the notification, you know the bus is there, and then the bus leaves the school, you get a notification as well. And that's also helpful because in the afternoon, you would assume the bus leaves the school at the same time every day, but every once in a while something happens on the bus ramp, or there's a delay of some sort, you know, so you can check the app and see, oh, the bus hasn't left the school yet. They're running behind for whatever reason. And like I said with the app, the great thing is you can really kind of customize it for your own needs, AM versus PM or specific days, and you'll see that a little bit more on the next slide as well. The tracking access, this is not all day. You can't see where the bus is all day. So certainly the school times are built into the app, and you can always see the access of the bus during those times. So looking at some of the screenshots, let's start on the left. We'll kind of work our way to the right. So one of the first things you do after you get in, you get registered and you verify your student, your child's student ID number. You have to confirm the school. It's a multi-tiered system to get into it. You have to have the code, I guess, first and foremost. So then you get in, you create your alert zone, as you can see there on the left-hand screenshot. So this is generally going to be the neighborhood where you live. So when the bus enters that circle there, the radius, you can toggle on for the bus down below, so you'll get an alert if you want to know when the bus enters the zone in the morning. You could toggle it for AM, but you don't necessarily have to toggle it for the PM because you pick your child up from school every day. So like I said, the great feature, you can customize various aspects of this. You have to have a little bit of a knowledge about where the bus comes from, like what direction does the bus enter the neighborhood, what direction does the bus proceed through the neighborhood, and then how does it exit. So you really kind of have to customize that alert zone. And I can tell you, I live very close to one of the schools in the school division, and if you're not careful, when I first started playing with this, my zone was too big, and I got the alert every time the bus went to the school. It wasn't picking my child up, but if it enters that radius there, you get that alert. Then slide, okay, so we'll talk about the survey. So certainly we sent this out January and February. We had about 100 participants, which is really good. Favorable results. So they had the opportunity to agree, strongly agree, disagree, or strongly disagree. So 83% of them, the respondents, they use MyView every day or very close to every day. 82% agreed that it was easy setup phase. And then navigating through the app, once you get in, navigating the features, the zones, and the push notifications. 72% agreed that it was easy to use, it was user-friendly. How many people needed support setting this up? They either reached out to me or they reached out to the parent user guide online. Only 8% of folks needed assistance. So if you have the ability to use like a basic cell phone app, you can probably get onto this and jump into it and hit the ground running. Majority of parents, supermajority, 85% would recommend MyView to other parents. And then first and foremost, the very end there, 90% of the respondents would like to see MyView moving forward. So the great thing about this, I'd like to thank the board for the financial support for this, and thank Dr. Kramer. This was something that he wanted us to take a look at. So certainly we appreciate that support. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about it.
Did you have an earlier question, Mr. Marsh?
I hate to go backwards, but I have a question. Dr. Kramer, Mrs. Couch.
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Would you be willing to send me some more specifics about the grant that you applied for? Maybe we could drop a line to delegates Waxman and Clark and say, hey, keep a lookout for Wight County Schools.
It's a federal grant.
Oh.
It's federal. But yes, and we did reach out to Emily Jordan when we knew we were going to apply, just to get some, information from her, but she really didn't know a lot about it because it was on the federal level.
Got it. Thank you.
I'm willing to share, though, if you want some additional information, just let me know.
I've just got one question for you, Mr. Flake. Since you've had this in operation, obviously you've had time to get used to it, use it. What is the accuracy level in real time as far as pinpointing where that bus would be?
Great question. So it's very accurate. Some of our individual buses, I know because I have the expertise, I have the administrative side of it. Some of the buses lag a little bit. But like my son's bus, for example, I track it on there, and I know where it's supposed to be at all times, of course. But basically, it's probably 15 to 20 seconds off, I would say. Now, the thing that some folks get held up on, the second one from the left, you can actually adjust how often it refreshes. So, like, if you have it only updating every 2 minutes, you're not going to get accurate results. But I will tell you, Mr. Wooster, something that is to be considered. This data operates off of cell service. So when you go to parts of the county where the cell service isn't so good, it does lag, unfortunately. But probably 98% of the county, we're good to go with it.
Okay. I mean, that's expectable when you're running on, cell service towers and signals. I was just curious, since it's been operational, how accurate it was. That sounds good to me.
Sure. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
And lastly, we have the Windsor High School awning/vestibule.
One moment, Dr. Coleman.
Oh, go right ahead.
Sorry, did we have any future plans for MyView for expansion?
That is something that we had discussed as we were getting into it. Certainly, we can have internal discussions about that. There would be a funding piece to that. We did not necessarily request that funding for FY27. The funding proposal is to have the funding for MyView for FY27, but certainly we can talk about that moving forward.
And what features would that add?
So essentially, each bus you get up on the school bus, it would be like a tablet type thing, like almost like a little kiosk. It has like a scanner, and then the child would have a card. They would scan in to the bus, and then when they go to leave, they would quickly scan and then go down off the bus. So that would be the student tracking system piece. And the tablet would have other features as well, like the driver could pull up the route, the driver could do their attendance on there as well. So there's a lot of things you can do with the technology with that.
Thanks.
Dr. Coleman, I do apologize, but that sparked another question for me. Going forward with the MyView, when we're looking at getting new buses in, are we looking at getting the MyView installed on those buses at the same time, or would that be something that we would have to add later on?
The brand new buses, so one of the first things we do when Mr. Sullivan in-services the bus, we get it ready for use. So we make sure that bus is equipped with a GPS tracker, and then I do my thing with MyView, and I make sure that it is up and operational. So the first day that new bus is on the road, we're tracking it using MyView. So it's up to speed before it hits the road.
Okay, so before they're fully operational, everything is done.
That's right, yeah. And consider the mechanical stuff, so we have to put in the bus radios. We make sure they have the first aid kit. We make sure they have, just all of the standard things that a bus needs when it's in service.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry, Dr. Coleman.
You're fine, Mr. Woolston. All right, lastly, we have the Windsor High School awning vestibule. The project is currently in the design phase with architectural engineering drawings, approximately 55% complete. As you already know, this has been going on for quite some time. It had to be redesigned several times to try to fit into, once again, a budget as it exists, but at the same time, the layout that we need to support the weapons detection devices. The next phase of the project will be just the finalization of the plans, and then hopefully as soon as that is over, we can start moving forward with the with the permits that is necessary for this plan and just move forward. But I just want everyone to see that we are moving forward with 55% through the architectural design phase, so there is progress being made for that. Now, overall, this design will utilize more of a incorporative design concept. In most schools, we might have a separate vestibule, or at Smithfield High School, a larger area to work with. It's just not that large of an area to work with. So we're going to have to do more of a conceptual incorporate design. Are there any questions concerning the Windsor High School awning vestibule? All right.
I do have a comment about the farm to school initiative.
Yes, sir.
I'm very sorry to go back, but I'm very
You're fine.
interested in learning if there are any aspects of this that carry on during the summer when students are out of school.
Great question. We are hoping to do some things that way. We would be like flash freezing, so we can store things. But in the, to be able to do that, we have to have the facility and the equipment. So fingers crossed, Mr. Ford, we get this grant or one of the other 4 we've applied for, and then we'll be rolling all year long.
Awesome. Thank you. If there are no questions or comments, now for the security update.
Thank you, Dan.
Good evening, Vice Chair. There we go. Good evening, Vice Chair Ford, board members, Dr. Kramer. Wanted to provide some information. Just I'll be quick with the security update. Just want to give you all some updates as far as where we stand with the weapons detection systems. As you know, we've rolled them out at both middle schools. When we started, we were running anywhere from 25 to 30-minute throughput times. As the students got used to it, as staff got used to it. Now, currently, at Smithfield Middle School, we are getting all of the students in approximately 11 minutes. And at GTMS, we're actually at a 6 to 7 minute mark of getting students through. I would love to be able to take credit for this, but if you all were to come out at arrival time, the staff at both locations are just phenomenal. Not only are they accepting the extra duties and doing the extra things, but they're doing it all with a smile on their face, and they're keeping the students upbeat, and they're promoting it. So they're really doing an outstanding job there. In addition to that, I would like to thank you all for the contract school security officers that we have in the buildings. They are playing a very integral role in this. Not only in assisting with the throughput times and the positivity of the students coming through, but being able to keep those systems manned all throughout the day, which covers all of our late arrivals, all of our visitors coming into the building for any reason. They are now being screened all throughout the day as they're coming into the schools. So that's something that has been very beneficial. The other thing that I wanted to touch on, this was a discussion that we had back some time ago. There was some concern this past year as to whether the SRO grants would be continued. So we have gotten word that the SRO grants are going to continue through DCJS, with the exception of previously they had been 4-year grants. They were grants that were set out for 4 years. And currently right now in IWCS, 4 of our schools are grant-funded school resource officers. So they have been renewed, and I've spoke with Sheriff Clark and his staff, Lieutenant Johnson, and they have put in for that grant again for those 4 positions. So we don't have to worry about the sheriff's office having to come out of pocket out of their budget for those 4 positions, while they are still coming out of their budget for the other 5 within the division. So we will be able to maintain those school resource officers in all 9 of the schools. So that's a major win and a major help from the state. In addition to that, they also offered up this year for FY27 SSO grants. So I have recently applied for the SSO grant for 6 positions to be covered by the state grant, and we should find out the awarding on that by July 1.
Have the SRO grants been approved or applied for?
They've been applied for.
Okay.
So they have not been awarded to the county yet, but they have been applied for. And the time frame on that is the exact same, because they're both actually coming out of the same funding program. So they will find out at the same time, roughly end of June, 1st of July, as to whether we will be awarded those.
So push come to shove, end of the fiscal year, if they don't get awarded, we lose funding for how many SROs?
It would be 4.
4. Got it.
What percentage of their salary is paid by those grants?
For their salary, I believe it's actually 100%. I do know that the county is able to use some of the equipment, even their vehicles, as the local match. So I'm pretty certain that it's 100%. I can find out for certain, but I'm almost positive that it's 100% of their salaries.
Yeah, got the thumbs up.
He would be the one I was going to ask anyway. So
it's about $100,000 a year.
Okay.
Another thumbs up.
Yes.
But on that same note, I have talked with Sheriff Clark and his staff, and they have assured me, like, regardless whether the grant goes through or not, they will find a way to keep the SROs in every building. So we don't have to worry about that. But obviously, this funding from the state would be very helpful. And just lastly, with the addition of the contract SSOs, with weapons detection rolling out in now 4 of our schools, it has required some additional equipment, some things that were needed with the security officers. Obviously, the radios, having communication with building admin. So we've gotten 9 additional radios, which will also put some of those radios that they are currently using back into the individual schools. So they will have some extras. Carts for spring sports bags. As you can imagine, spring sports with the baseball bags, the softball bags, having to search each one of those is very time consuming and really hurts our throughput times and getting students into the building. So we've purchased the carts that are used for as soon as they come into the building. The sports bags are put into the carts and they're rolled to a secure location for the remainder of the day until the end of the day. So we're not having to search each and every one of those bags. And of course, just some of the other things that comes through with that. We go through a lot of gloves as we're searching bags. So just some of the additional equipment, and we have found the funding for that and made those purchases as has been needed. So if that's all I have. Does anybody have any questions?
I did go to Georgie Tyler several weeks back at morning, and I watched it, and it was impressive. Principal was out there. Miss Luck she's on it. And she did tell me that some of these knuckleheads, because when the kids come through, they'll carry their laptop or their binder above their head. She told me that some of these knuckleheads were trying to sneak vapes in their 3 rings.
So that is something that we ran into at the high schools when we were doing that. So what we have started doing with that is doing the binder searches as they come through. If they're holding the binders, the SSOs, the staff that are there, they are opening the binders up. And it was funny because the people who were giving that information were the students who knew that other students were doing it. One of the other things that we run into, and you probably witnessed it some at GTMS, at the high schools, pretty much every morning they're coming in, they're able to hold the laptops and the binders up above their head. But with the middle school, several of them are not tall enough to hold them up over the range of the detectors. So it is taking a little more time in passing those around, but the staff has been amazing and they've worked through it. And like I said, when you're moving that many students through in 11 minutes and 6 minutes and still being able to provide that screening and get them into class on time, it's entirely due to the staff.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you for that information. Now for the report from the superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And good evening, everyone. We will start with our ISLE Award recipients, as we often do. And the award recipients are, the Inspire Award recipient is Mr. Queasy KJ Wimbush. The Succeed Award recipient is Ms. Heather Guilford. The Lead Award recipients are from Food Lion of Windsor. And I might add, we had a chance to actually go to the Food Lion there and the manager. And Ms. Briggs, I failed to write her name down. Do you have her name? Ms. Goff? Okay, Ms. Goff was the manager there to my immediate right. And we stopped the store for a couple of minutes, and all the employees came and jumped in the photo. So huge shout out to them for all that they're doing in the Windsor community. And then the Empower Award recipients are Mr. Eric Coopwriter, yes, right back there, yes. Ms. Haley Coopwriter and Dr. Tracy Stith Johnson, and congratulations to all of our Isle Award recipients, and let's give them all a round of applause. Moving on, the Isle of Wight Chamber of Commerce Member Spotlight. Thanks to, wait for you to catch up there, gentlemen. There we go. Thanks to the Isle of Wight Chamber of Commerce for featuring Isle of Wight County Schools as their February member spotlight. So we were featured. We appreciate the Chamber's continued partnership and the important work they do to promote and support local businesses, strengthen our community, and highlight the efforts of our schools. So we know that we are an integral part of this community, and we appreciate the Isle of Wight Chamber of Commerce for featuring us last month. So thank you. Moving right along, although Mr. Fike has left, kudos to Mr. Fike and Mr. Sullivan, the Transportation CDL graduates. Isle of Wight County Schools Transportation conducted a round of CDL training for new bus drivers during the first semester of the school year. As of last month, all 4 trainees passed their DMV road skills test and are now certified to drive school buses for Isle of Wight County Schools. Congratulations to these 4 gentlemen, Mr. Stevie Martin, Mr. Keith Tynes, Mr. Winston Hundley, and Mr. Steve Forney. We're thrilled to report that 3 of these gentlemen are now driving full-time routes with Isle of Wight County Schools, and the 4th has been working as a sub-driver, making valuable contributions by covering CTE shuttles and extracurricular trips. Once again, congratulations to these new drivers, and we would like to recognize them for their accomplishments and welcome to the Isle of Wight County School family. Absolutely. And now my advisories, and this was mentioned by a few individuals earlier. Our Parent Advisory Board on February 19th. I had the pleasure of meeting with my Parent Advisory Board members. Again, we discussed division-wide concerns that they share, and I get their input as well, and we discuss timely topics, and some of the examples are the budget, compensation study, etc. And we do have one more meeting scheduled for this year. And next, the Student Advisory, also held on February 19th, that same day. I had the pleasure of meeting with my favorite group, as I call them, my students. Again, we discussed division-wide concerns that they share as well. They will provide me topics that they would like to discuss, and we provide them with timely information. Additionally, we do some leadership development work with our students, and you see our student advisory, our student liaisons are also members of the student advisory. So both Cameron Heeks and Cole Munford are featured there and provide invaluable input for me monthly. And we also have one additional meeting remaining this year for the students as well. Next, King George County Schools visited Isle of Wight. So thank you to our colleagues from King George County Schools who visited Isle of Wight County Schools on February 26th. Their team, including administrators, teachers, and some of their school board members, spent time touring our career and technical education programs and learning more about the opportunities available to our students. We were proud to showcase the innovative work taking place in our schools and appreciate their interest in the programs that are helping prepare our students for college careers and the workforce. Opportunities like this, we think, sharing ideas and collaborating with other divisions strengthen public education across the Commonwealth. And I might add that this is their second trip to Isle of Wight County Schools, so they are very impressed with what it is we are doing here. I think they were here about 2 years ago at the Agricultural Land Lab, looking to replicate some of what we're doing. So I think it's important to note that we're doing great work, and people from as far away as King George are recognizing that work and are coming here to learn from our educators. Next, the Sands Anderson Professional Development. On March 6th, Isle of Wight County Schools hosted educators and administrators from across Region 2 for a professional development session led by the Sands Anderson PC School and Education Law Team. The training, titled The Discipline Toolkit, Best Practices for Virginia Public Schools, provided participants with guidance on student discipline, including legal considerations and practical strategies drawn from both general and special education settings. We appreciate the opportunity to host colleagues from across the region and to support ongoing professional learning that helps ensure our schools maintain safe and supportive learning environments for our students. Next, our Rookie Teachers of the Year. A Rookie Teacher of the Year program recognizes exceptional educators in the first 3 years in the classroom who are already demonstrating excellence in teaching, commitment to student success, and dedication to professional growth. These educators were selected by their leadership teams for their ability to engage and support all students, create positive and effective learning environments, design meaningful learning experiences, and pursue continuous professional growth. Please join us in congratulating our 2025-2026 Rookie Teachers of the Year. And I will quickly mention their names: Rebecca Harrison at Carrollton Elementary, Taylor Darden at Windsor Elementary, Lillamore Ing at Hardy Elementary, Shabria McDonald at Westside Elementary, Armand Grebe at Georgie Tyler Middle School, Gabrielle Parker at Smithfield Middle School, George Lee III at Smithfield High School, and Lauren Gwaltney at Windsor High School. Thank you for the passion, dedication, and care you bring to our students each day. The future of Isle of Wight County Schools is bright because of educators like you. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to interject, too, that 2 of those Rookie Teachers of the Year are graduates of Isle of Wight County Schools who returned here to teach.
Thank you, Ms. Briggs, for that. And the last item I'd like to share is an announcement I shared with the board and the community yesterday afternoon and evening, sort of the elephant in the room here, so I think I would be remiss without mentioning this. As most of you know, on yesterday, March 11th, I informed the Isle of Wight School Board that I will not be seeking another contract after my current contract ends on June 30th of this year. I would like to clarify a few of the wonderful speakers from earlier. I am not resigning. My contract is just coming to an end on June 30th of this year, and I'm not seeking another contract. I started my tenure here in Isle of Wight as superintendent on August 22nd, 2022, and as I've said, serving as the Isle of Wight County Superintendent has been one of the greatest professional honors of my 34-year career in public education. Students, staff, and community members, as I reflect on our time together, I'm filled with pride in what we have accomplished as a school community. But I do believe that this is the time to move on. Given that my 4-year contract comes to an end at the end of this school year, and after thoughtful reflection, it has become clear that the best path forward is for me to conclude my service at the end of the school year. This decision will allow the board time to plan for the future leadership while ensuring a stable and successful completion of the school year for our students, staff, and community. Over the course of the next few months, I look forward to continuing our work together and to having the opportunity to personally thank many of you for the relationships and support that have meant so much to me over the past 4 years. Isle of Wight is a very special place, and the vast majority of this community and the community members have been beyond kind and supportive of me during my tenure here. I will take with me lifelong friendships and wonderful memories. Thank you for your trust, your partnership, and your unwavering commitment to our schools and to the young people we serve. But before I move on, we still have work to do over the next few months that I will be here. In conclusion, I wish Isle of Wight nothing but success and prosperity moving forward. With that, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and that concludes my superintendent's report.
Dr. Kramer, I gotta say, I don't have any elaborate prepared remarks, but I will say that over the past almost 4 years now, you've always been a voice of reason, and you've offered me balanced and alternative perspectives, and you've talked me off the ledge on numerous occasions. I hate to see you go. I wish you well. Thank you.
And I would like to second those sentiments. I haven't known you for that long, but from the work that I've seen, you've been nothing but an advantage to Isle of Wight County Schools and making sure that our students are prepared for college life and their careers. Thank you. All right, action items, action on closed session items, the personnel report. Could we have a motion?
Mr. Vice Chair, I move to approve the personnel report as presented, a copy of which can be obtained from the school board clerk.
Second.
With all votes, with the motion being heard, can we go ahead and take a vote?
Okay. Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
Mr. Marsh?
Yes.
And Mr. Ford?
Yes. 18.2, the exchange student.
Mr. Vice Chair, I move to approve the enrollment of exchange student 2627-01 to Smithfield High for the entire 2026-2027 school year.
Second.
Motion and second heard. Clerk, could you take a vote?
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
Mr. Marsh?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes. All right. Action on old business. Consent agenda, meeting minutes, field trips, donation memo, and financials. Can we have a motion?
Mr. Vice Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda as attached and presented.
Second.
Motion and second heard. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Vice Chair,
yes.
If we could, sir.
Yes.
Could we read the donation memo?
Let's read it.
Give me a second. Pull it up here. You want to do it, or shall I?
No, you got the honors.
I think it's important to recognize our donors each month. So thank you to the Isle of Wight Education Foundation, donating $6,829.95 to Carrollton Elementary School, funding 11 teacher grants. Thank you to MEB Group for donating $41,921.18 to an outdoor learning space at Carsville Elementary School. And big shout out to Principal Outland for helping facilitate that relationship. Let's see here. Westside Elementary had $100 from the Cockeyed Rooster worth sandwiches and condiments. Q Daddies donated $150 worth of barbecue. Ringo's Donuts donated $40 worth of donuts. And Smithfield Bakery donated $80 worth of sandwiches and salad, all for the Eagle Up Local Love event. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Marsh, and thank you to those organizations and groups that have donated to our schools and our students. Can I have a motion?
I think we already have a motion, sir.
Can we have a second? Oh.
Just the vote.
Take the vote.
All right. Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
Mr. Marsh?
Yes.
And Mr. Ford?
Yes. All right, action on new business, 20.1 policy for first read.
Mr. Vice Chair and Mr. Marsh before. Ms. Briggs, do you mind coming forward just in the event that there's some questions? And Ms. Sketz, would you join us as well?
Mr. Vice Chair?
Yes.
Do you mind if I
go ahead
make a few comments? I guess another elephant in the room was the protest, student-led protest at the high school. It became clear, thanks to Mrs. Briggs, that there is no existing policy to specifically address student-led protest. And Ms. Briggs, you'll keep me honest here, there was a policy hanging on the website that had been archived in December 2023. That policy was
The
It doesn't
policy-
matter, GBB or something like that.
Correct. For some reason, it had been voted on at a board meeting. It's on your minutes from December 2023 to delete it. It was a local policy. It was nothing. At the time, we were under VSBA's policy services. It was not a VSBA policy. We had made a decision to eliminate it because it was really covered by the Student Code of Conduct policy. Somehow, regrettably, it did not get scrubbed from the website, so it was still hanging out there, showing that it was last updated in 2018, which was the immediate red flag, because I would not have let something go that long.
And if I may add, the reason that, as Ms. Briggs said, is that it's covered under the Code of Conduct, and I would like to read what that Code of Conduct part is that says that covers this issue, and it's BSC 115, but it's inciting or causing a substantial disturbance to the operation of school or the safety of staff or students. So that right there covers an unplanned walkout. So that's why we didn't need to have that policy any longer.
Thank you for clarifying that. So the baseline's already set for expected student behavior. And in conversation with you earlier this week, I forget, it was last week, I don't know when it was, this policy that's up for first read, JFBB, essentially puts the same boundaries as what's in the Code of Conduct today back into a policy. So there's really nothing different, it just puts it into a policy.
Correct.
Okay. And so, and I'll turn it over to the group up here, Mr. Vice Chair, but I personally, I'd kind of like to, in times past, we've put policies up for first read, and people have come out of the woodworks with comments and suggestions. I'd like to know what that feedback looks like. I did have a conversation with Chairman Collick, and he and I agreed that community feedback, stakeholder feedback on this in particular, is going to be invaluable in how we, at least how I decide to vote on this policy. I'm not sure what else to say other than I look forward to some feedback from stakeholders.
Mr. Marsh, if I may ask Mr. Vice Chair, if I may, what are you recommending, what are you directing staff and I to do, sir? Are you asking for some kind of survey to be provided, or what?
I'd welcome a survey. I don't know if the group thinks that's worthwhile. At the end of the day, here's my opinion, right? So whether or not a student-led protest occurs, regardless if it's, how do I say it? Regardless of whether or not it's destructive or violent or any of that, the fact that it happens at all, I'm curious to see what the feedback from the community stakeholders' take on that is. I've got my own take on it, but I want to know what everybody else's take on it. If you follow social media, and I try to avoid that at all costs, you're all over the place, and people are getting fire engine red over the topic. I'd like to know something that's not, as the one gentleman said, keyboard warriors. I'd like to get some sort of feedback formally.
I would agree with that we need to have some feedback from our constituents. Also, I think the piece of the policy and what happened that day, the language of disturbing school operations and instructional time should be clarified. That there was time that's actually set aside for extracurricular activities as such, just so that there's a clear understanding that nobody's missing any kind of instructional time.
To your point, sir, I think regardless of the final disposition of this policy, adopted as is, changed, whatever the case may be, I think it may warrant some sort of a formal definition as to what instruction time is. Is that from bell to bell? Does the Dukes or the Packers time, that block, is that instruction time or not? I think we have to define that. Otherwise, there's a perpetual argument where people are splitting hairs.
yes, I can clarify that part. It is definitely part of instructional time. Packer block at Smithfield, Win time at Windsor High School, it is used as instructional time. It is counted as instructional time. Now, the difference is it may not always be super structured instructional time, meaning a teacher is delivering instruction. It may look like small group. It may look like a teacher and student working one-on-one. It may look like kids working on projects or homework, but it is counted as instructional time.
Mr. Vice Chair, if I may. Yes, sir. Just to kind of piggyback on what you were saying, I have no problem stating that I feel this policy is needed. However, I would like to see it restructured per se. Like you mentioned, the instructional time is from bell to bell. The cell phone policy that we have goes from bell to bell. I fully believe in supporting the First Amendment rights of the students and everyone within the schools. However, I'm also a firm believer that when you are in school, you are there to learn. Now, we cannot restrict First Amendment rights, but we can control when an expression or protest, if you will, were to occur. And I would say outside of the bell-to-bell realm. So at this point, I don't know if this needs to be made into a motion or not. But what I would like to do is actually take this policy in and of itself, work with it, build on it, revise if needed, wherever needed, and run it through our school board attorney for legal verification prior to actually putting it up. That would be my choice. But I don't know if a motion is needed to do that right now.
I don't think we need to take a motion on that, in my opinion. I will say that in conversation with Chairman Collick and our attorney, he said, as written, and for the record, this is a example policy from the School Board Member Alliance. They provided this. He said that as written, it is legally sound. And he mentioned on a couple of occasions, the first reference, Tinker versus Des Moines, which someone also mentioned this evening. So I think that's probably the focal point of the policy with respect to First Amendment. And I can't speak to the legalities of it one way or the other, but I say if you want to take a turn on it or whatever maybe give staff take a turn on it and kind of help define what instructional period is and make some recommendations for us, bounce it through the attorney. It's a first read, so we've got time to work on this.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's plenty of time to work on it. I will tell you, when you're talking about feedback, I did get, a lot of feedback, both then and after it occurred. None of it was positive. Not a single one.
Yeah, I can't say the same for me. I got positive feedback in my email and via text and personal conversations. But I do understand that there are differences of thought on this subject. It's a little bit layered in complexity, and so it deserves the time and our contemplation on how we actually move on this policy. So
yeah, I couldn't care less what the topic in question is.
Yeah.
There's just a time and place for everything.
Understood.
So if I would recommend, Mr. Vice Chair, if we could get Superintendent to facilitate some sort of a survey, kind of solicit some feedback, maybe take the next month and maybe massage this. Mr. Wooster, if you've got some specific suggestions, maybe you could feed those up. We could see what we can kind of massage into the policy, and we'll bring it back after the survey, maybe.
If that's your request, staff and I will certainly work. Do you have any? Go ahead.
Just clarification. Are you thinking this survey would be for staff Students, parents, what are your thoughts?
I would say a community, stakeholders.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, put it out to everyone, the general public.
Okay. We can do that.
And I know it's budget season and there's a lot going on, so.
Well, you guys did a great job tonight by approving the budget, so we'll be able to move forward here.
If there are no more comments and concerns on the first read, we can move to the policy for second read.
Mr. Vice Chair, I'd like to move to approve the policy for second read as presented.
Second.
All right, the motion and second has been heard. Could we take a vote?
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
Mr. Marsh?
Yes.
And Mr. Ford?
Yes. All right. To the board member comments. 21.1, board committee reports, participation in activities, acting in an official capacity, and board member comments.
I had a question. With our approval of the budget, should we go ahead and cancel next week's meeting?
Yes.
Do we need to motion to do that or something?
I don't think we need a motion. We'll just
Call it
cancel the
cancel.
meeting. Yes. In fact, we had already, a little bit ahead of you on that one. We were already planning to do that, but thanks for asking.
Mr. Vice Chair, I've got one thing. Last week, Sunday, was it Sunday? Saturday. Sunday, March 8th, I went to the Smithfield, the Art Center. And it was the Student Art Month, Student Art Show. It's pretty cool. I don't know how many pieces from all the schools in Isle of Wight County Schools. I don't think it was just Isle of Wight County Schools. I think it was NSA and IWA too. There's a lot of kids in there, so it was neat. It's good to see some talented kids' art hanging up on the wall. Yeah, it's good.
And you're too kind to brag. You had someone in your house who had some art in that exhibit, correct, sir?
Yes, sir. My youngest son has had a piece hanging on the wall for his third year in a row.
All right, congratulations.
All right, I've just got a couple of things here. It goes back a little bit, but on Saturday, February 21st, I had the opportunity to attend the District Skills USA welding competition, which was hosted at Smithfield High School. The competition consists of individual projects as well as fabrication projects where students must work together as a team. Each project must be completed in a specified assembly order and according to project designs with very specific tolerances. Mr. Miller's students took first and second place on individual projects and third place on fabrication team. Again, more recently on March 10th, I was honored to attend the state welding competition hosted at Portsmouth TCC Skilled Trade Center. There were approximately 45 students from across the area competing in this event. Of those 45 students, one student from Mr. Miller's class was competing. I'm proud to say Chase Breeden showed up and showed out, bringing home third place for Smithfield High School. Chase, if you are listening, give yourself a pat on the back and be proud of your accomplishment. Mr. Miller, as always, congratulations on a job well done. I would also like to give a shout out to both Chef Horn and Chef Hagan for their expertise in the culinary education department. The complete information can be found on the Isle of Wight County Schools Facebook page. However, I would like to highlight the students' accomplishments. While competing against nearly 250 culinary and hospitality students, our students came away with first place in management competition and second place in culinary competition. These accomplishments are a direct reflection of the dedication and commitment of our teachers that go above and beyond to support and guide their students. Excellent job, and congratulations to Chef Horn and Chef Hagan. For my final comment, which I'm sure everybody's waiting for, I would like to say that I truly enjoy attending the competitions and witnessing the knowledge, skills, and capabilities demonstrated by our students. Not every board member's schedule can accommodate attendance at every competition, but please feel free to notify all board members when a competition is being held. And that is all I have for this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Wooster. All right, if there are no more comments or questions, I will go ahead and adjourn this meeting.